Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another day of chess here at the Prague Chess Festival. It's round four of the Masters and of the Challengers events. Things are nicely heating up in both tournaments. Yesterday, we saw another victory by Matthias Bartel in the Challengers. He's having a fantastic event. He's on 2.5 out of 3, beating the young Finnick with the black pieces with a brilliant bit of preparation, closely followed by Gledura, Vinicius, and by Vikuk, who all had very good wins as well. Well, sorry, Vikuk and Vinicius yesterday. Vikuk beating the experienced Owen Lamy with the black pieces, and Vinicius beating Peshak, the exciting youngster, also with the black pieces. Two massive results, but so they're still in contention. But Bartel really showing fantastic form. And in the Masters event, only one decisive result yesterday. Ray Robson with a very nicely technical kind of victory against Boris Gelfand after Boris chose a very double-edged opening, and Ray managed to find his way through the weeds, through the complications, and won. The rest of the games were not too eventful. They all ended in draws, meaning that in the Masters, it's just Ray Robson and Vincent Kmart out in front on +1. The rest of the field on 50%, except Wang Hao and Boris Gelfand, who are both on -1. Today, round four, of course, plenty of chess to look at. And first, what we're going to see, well, firstly, I'm going to introduce my partner in crime, my sidekick, my very good friend, many years I've known, the delightful Natasha Ben-Mesbah. Natasha, great to be here again. Thanks for being so colorful today. It's a colorful day.
Thanks, Lawrence. Hi, everybody. Yes, it's a beautiful day, so it's a good day to wear color, and I think it will be a beautiful day in the Prague Chess International Festival. I hope we'll have many wins, and
Yeah,
let's have a look on the
yeah.
board if you agree.
Let's have a look. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of decisive results today. It feels like one of those days, but I tell you the position. It was just because it was on my board here. Is I was looking at this Bartel Peshak, and I thought, oh, that's a computer uh, misregistration of the position. And then I realized it's Peshak playing with black. And there's a really good chance that this is not. And in fact, it's not. Look at this, Natasha. We have a Spanish opening and 3A5. Now, have you ever seen this before?
Actually, I really think never. Or maybe when I was like 9 years old when I started playing chess.
Yeah,
But I never saw this move.
incredible. The move A5 actually has a name. It's called the Bulgarian variation.
The Bulgarian variation. Okay.
Yeah. Um, it's obviously an insane move because a6 is the main move. The idea, I guess, is that, well, I'm not really sure what the main idea is, actually, to be honest. Um, it's interesting. What is the main idea of this move? I guess there is a line, right? So if white plays the move d3 here, this might actually lose to knight a7. And the point is you trap the bishop. For example, bishop a4, b5. Oops, sorry, bishop a4, b5, bishop e3, a4. Even this might not be clear because you might have some bishop takes f7 checks and knight takes e5. But Peshak would have studied those and come to a conclusion that probably black survives and can win. Bartel, though, didn't look too surprised, and he just castled, which is not really the main move here, actually. Another interesting move here, Natasha, is just to drop the bishop back to a4 with the idea of going c3 next, and the bishop manages to get to c2. But absolutely incredible to see this move at top level on the board. It was played by Svetushkin once in 2015. Still extremely funny to see this. Now, white in this position did decide to castle, which apparently is the best move. And Peshak now plays knight d4. Now, this variation, Natasha, after bishop e5, bishop e5, knight d4 is the so-called bird's variation, and it's not really got a good reputation. So the question is, how can the inclusion of a5 and now knight d4 be any better? I doubt it is, but who knows? So let's have a look. Knight d4. So, well, I mean, white has got a few options here, right? White doesn't have to take. He can also play bishop c4 here. But the most likely option is to take on d4, e takes d4, and now play something like bishop c4. Uh, if you can consolidate with the bishop on this diagonal, you're going to be doing well. Let's say black plays c6, which is a normal way in the bird's variation, and now you play a move like a4. It looks like you keep the bishop here, but now after knight f6, you've got some small things to deal with here. For example, if you go d3, can I go d5 now as black? And maybe my position is not too bad. And if you go rook e1, maybe rook e1 is the right move, right? It still looks, I don't believe it for black, Natasha. I don't believe it. How can you believe it? How can you believe this? It just doesn't look possible to me. I don't know what you think about that. Um, Crazy.
I am still trying to find the idea of a5. Um, but do you
Yeah.
remember before the game what I told you? We were talking before the game. I told you that I thought that this game will be very calm, peaceful, and you said no, no way. It will be a very interesting game, and we are having a very interesting opening, very interesting position, and I don't know. I hope that it will be a great fight on the board.
I think it will be. I think this has got, this could end well or bad. We'll see. I'm not convinced, and I'm not sure Bartel is the right opponent for this either, to be honest. So we'll see. It's very, very interesting stuff. Sorry, that was the game that caught my attention. Of course, normally we should look at the Masters event first. Let's look at positions that don't require too much comment. The game Dayak against Robson is in a very theoretical position. We have a Berlin with knight takes e4 and the rook e1 variation. All of these moves have been played many times. This position has been reached tens of thousands of times. It will just be interesting to see which variation they decide to go down. So that's a very theoretical position. Not much has happened so far in Kmar against Navarra. We just have a queen's pawn opening. No big deal. We'll see how that develops. So it's the other games that are far more interesting. Let's have a look at Wang Hao against Martirosyan. This already looks kind of curious because we have, once again, how many times have we seen this? Queen's Gambit decline, 4 knights. Knight d7, bishop f4, we've also seen. D takes c4. And e3, bishop d6. We've actually already seen this position. I believe it was Martirosyan that played this. Who was it against? It was against... who was this against? It was against Gelfand in round 2.
I think, yeah, and here white took on d6,
Correct.
if I'm
So white
right.
took on d6. Yeah, exactly.
And
White took on.
bishop took c4, d5. I think it was something like this.
Yeah, it was something like takes, bishop c4, knight b6.
Bishop b3. Yeah, Gelfand was white,
He put the
I
bishop on
think,
b3, right? And
instead of d3.
yeah, and it went bishop d7, something like e4 and d5, e5 and knight e4. Not quite the exact move order, but in
Something like that.
something like that. But today Wang Hao decides to improve on Gelfand's play by playing the move bishop g3. So let's see this improvement. Castles, bishop takes c4, and now Martirosyan willingly accepts this trade on h, which looks very scary to open up this h file, to be honest. I mean, it looks very, very scary. But it's uh, it's possible. It's possible. So h takes g3. Now Martirosian attacks the center with c5. And here Wang Hao decides to play the move e4, which looks odd to me. This is not the first move that I think of, but I guess his idea is that he wants to push e5, displace this knight, and then really there is going to be a lot of action down here. A much more standard move here would be a move like, I don't know, queen to e2, with the idea maybe of castling queenside or maybe bringing a rook to d1. Maybe this king can just shift across to g1 for safety. But e4. Now, clearly Wang Hao has done his homework here. So I am curious how Martirosian reacts. Martirosian is still in book. We'll see what happens. He takes on d4. Now Wang Hao has to take with the queen, which he does. And knight b6. Martirosian very well prepared. Bishop b3. And is this really much for white? I'm not convinced that this is a big deal at all. I'm not convinced. I think this is just fine for black, isn't it, Natasha? Isn't this just fine for black?
I think so.
I see no danger here at all. Just no danger whatsoever. Very interesting stuff. Okay, well, still, we'll see how that one goes with the queens off. This position is very interesting. Now, I have actually seen this position before. It looks like this position is kind of novel, but it's not. It's come from a very theoretical line of the the full Tarrasch. This has been played many times, and Bishop c5, which is called the Dubov Tarrasch. For years and years, especially in the 80s, Bishop e7, Bishop g5, and castles was the main move. Castles like this, h6, and now the bishop either came to f4 or to e3. But this move, Bishop c5, was introduced by Dubov and is interesting because after knight b3, bishop b6, it looks as though this pawn is available to be taken. But actually, you don't get much by taking this pawn, actually, on d5. There's not much going on if you do this. For example, something like, I don't know, takes. I think you can even go bishop e6 here. Takes and takes. Compensation very quickly against the white position. So nobody really takes this pawn. White castles, and black now advances the pawn. Knight a4 and castles. Bishop g5, h6, and now a whole bunch of trades. Takes, 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 takes. White wins a pawn. White wins a pawn. But in exchange, black once again gets fantastic compensation with the move rook to d8, and if takes like this. And it doesn't look like black should have enough compensation here, but black does have enough compensation, basically. Black has enough compensation here. And the white knight is just very poor. The bishop often comes to c6. Black often plays c5. He also has pressure down here, and he also has pressure down here. So white tries the move rook f to c1 here, and bishop to e6, and this is kind of just all being analyzed. This is the danger of modern chess, what we are seeing here, Natasha. Uh, Everything is being analyzed. You can't take because the bishop takes b3 and you lose a piece. And black is now going to follow up with sort of rook a4, rook here. And this game is just going to end in a draw. This game is just going to end in a draw, unfortunately, I believe, unless Win finds some really, really deep idea. I think this is going to end in a draw. We move on to the game Hari Krishna Gelfand. Good opportunity today, I think, for Hari Krishna with the white pieces. He will want to press. We have a 4 knights English with d4, e6, and bishop f4. Yeah, this is one of many moves in this position. The move a3, preventing bishop b4, is very common, as is, of course, the move g3, which can lead to some wild variations after queen b6 or bishop c5. But the move bishop f4 has also been played a lot in recent years, and Gelfand decides to play d5, which is certainly one of the main moves. C takes d5, knight takes d5, and now white is able to take on c6 and bring his bishop back. So white claims that he manages to create two long-term weaknesses. Um, However, the position is, uh, well, very active for black, let's say. Very, very active for black. And what does Boris do? Boris plays bishop b4, and here a3 by Pentala Hari Krishna. Now, my question here is, why can't black just play knight takes c3 here? Can black just play knight takes c3 in this position? The answer probably is yes. The answer
Yes,
probably is yes.
if white plays bishop takes c3, bishop takes b takes c3, we have a symmetrical position.
Yeah, like even if I trade queens here, I mean, isn't black better in this position? I would take black here because I get rook b8 very quickly. I mean, this does not look at all good for white.
For
And
white.
black does, yeah, and black does play knight takes c3 here. Black does play knight takes c3. And
So
queen
white has to find,
c2.
yeah,
Look at this preparation, queen c2. This is what Pentala Hari Krishna had in mind. Of course, the point being white does not lose a piece because both pieces are on freeze. And now the big difference is, of course, if you play bishop a5, now I'm very happy. In the worst case, I can take here, and at least I have the superior structure in this position, right? And so what is black's best move here after queen c2? Great concept. We'll leave it to Gelfand to
can
figure
I
it
take on
out. E2?
e2?
Yeah, bishop takes b4. I guess is yeah, because if I take here, then you take twice, and it's kind of game over. You're just a pawn up, so I have to take, and now I stop you from castling. You play knight d4. I put my queen somewhere like this. I think you have to be a very, very brave person to play like this as black, because I can develop a really serious initiative with white very quickly if you're not careful. I can really develop a serious initiative here with white.
I can go queen d5 with the idea queen e4 check if you
Yeah,
play rook d1.
I might have to go bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
And if
Would
you
be...
dare take my pawn on g2, I'm going to castle queenside and say I'm going to checkmate you.
Yeah, I think that if black takes this pawn, um, like in chess, we always say, don't be too greedy
Hmm.
in the opening. One
Exactly.
pawn is enough.
One pawn is enough. You're right. So I do think that, and he does take on e2. He
Okay.
does. Uh, so this is very, very good stuff. We'll see probably this. Bishop takes b4 is on the board. And we will see knight d4. There is no other move that makes sense. So we'll see what happens. Very interesting nonetheless. Okay, let's check in with the Challengers tournament and some of the games we haven't looked at yet. Akash against Lamy. Two very disappointed players from yesterday, Natasha. Akash for not winning that completely winning position against Motilev, spoiling, blundering, very, very tragic. And Erwin Lamy for a defeat um, against the young Vikuk. Actually, Erwin Lamy has lost two games in a row. Remember, he lost to Gladura as well. So he's having a difficult tournament. Is Erwin?
Okay,
Okay,
so he will try to stop the bleeding today.
yeah. Well, he might think actually Akash with the disappointment. Maybe I can win.
Of course.
We have this position in a Spanish though. Erwin has just played knight d7, ostensibly to play the move knight c5 and win the bishop, which looks good. Um, I think Erwin has got a very respectable Spanish. Akash played this move bishop d2, which is quite a new move. I think Fabiano introduced something like this to prevent knight a5s. So it's quite interesting to play like this. But I really like what Erwin has done with knight d7. And yeah, we'll see how that one develops for sure. Meanwhile, sorry, I have to go back to this game. Bartel against Peshak because we had this incredible opening with a5. The Bulgarian defense, knight d4. He did go bishop c4 immediately. Takes knight f6 and d4. Natasha trying to open up the position quickly, but Peshak says no, sir, d6. And is White's position that good here? Maybe not. Maybe it's nothing special because I might be threatening to take now. So if I take like this and play rook d1, can I just play bishop d6 and castles? Maybe it's just nothing special. Maybe it's just nothing special. Interesting psychological game. Stalmack against Finnick, the two young local lads playing today. We have a very well-known position on the board, a Slav with e3, bishop g4, a3, bishop h5, and g4, bishop g6, knight e5. This has been seen many times before. I guess Finnick is going to play the move knight bd7 here, and we're going to get a typical Slav position. Paul Vinicius against Motilev is also a Slav, but this time a Chebanenko Slav, classic Chebanenko. This was all the rage. And now the move a4. That is slightly unusual, or at least not the main move from what I remember. I always thought the main move here was to go h3, force the trade, and then play like this with a very sensible setup. But a4 straight away, I don't remember that much. Takes e6 and c5. Just saying, okay, I'm gaining space. Makes sense. a5 also makes sense. h3, it takes, and now g takes f3 in this position here. Very, very interesting. Um, very, very interesting. The point
Yes,
is, I guess, White wants to play with f4, right? I guess that's the idea.
yeah, yes, yes.
And
Yeah, play
grid
with
mode
f4.
depends.
You,
Yeah.
I guess that black will put the bishop on g7. No, he played bishop e7.
Hey, yeah, you tend to put the bishop on e7. I think actually that's quite interesting playing g6 here. To play like this is not ridiculous because after f4 then there's really no bite. But Motilov decides to go bishop e7. The standard move here is just to go f4 straight away. I guess Paul Vinicius is thinking, is it better if I go rook b1 first? Possibly. Uh, we'll see. We'll see. Not totally clear to me. Not totally clear to me.
Yes,
All right.
white could play on the queen side, on the king
Mm-hmm.
side, in the center. So many plans are possible for white in this position.
Exactly. Exactly. Uh, so what ended up happening in some other games? Gledor against Vikuk is quite interesting. We have a Nimzo Indian with e3 and a3. Not the main way of playing this position nowadays. The main way is just to play very um, solidly like this, and there have been many games in this position in recent years. a3 is possible. Now we have some kind of same-ish variation. Bishop d3, bishop e7 with f3. When the pawn gets to f3, we have a same-ish, and c5. And this position, of course, has been seen before. Uh, many ways to play. You can play with e4 and knight e2 here as white. You can also put the knight on h3. This is very common in these kinds of positions. Sometimes the knight comes to f4 or f2. Also possible. I expect to move e4 by Cladora here, which I think is main, and we'll see what happens after that. Very interesting stuff. Kamer against Navarro in the Masters has finally taken some shape, and we have just a kind of random, I don't even know what this is really, a random Queen's Pawn opening. Looks totally fine for black. And in the Dayak game, we saw this very theoretical Berlin with rook e8, bishop f4, takes, and knight e8. This has all been played many times before. And if c3, d5, we get this position. Not the most exciting position of all time, that's for sure. Been tried a bit. Dayak is going to try and find a little way to put pressure on here. We will see. I think the Hari Krishna game has got the makings of a potentially great game, especially if Boris plays queen d5, bishop d3. Um, you know, Boris has to be very careful. This is the sort of position that can go very, very wrong if you're not well prepared as black. This could go very, 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 very wrong.
And you have to find a way with black to castle because
Exactly.
you cannot keep your king in the center. The position is completely open, and so how black will develop and make in security his king.
Exactly.
What is the plan for black in this position?
Precisely.
I have
And
no idea.
the answer is not clear at all. The answer is not clear at all. Um,
Maybe you can try to find some counterplay with something like bishop b7 and c5. Uh, if white goes for a short castle, trying to attack the g2 pawn, but because
yeah,
okay, black has to castle, but it's the same question for white actually. Where do you put your king?
exactly. Um, I mean, for white, I think you kind of put it on the queen side. You can also possibly just put it here on f1 because it protects the g2 pawn. It's not stupid as well. Lots of possibilities. Um, but I would be very, very concerned as a Boris Gelfand fan. He's half an hour down on the clock, so he doesn't truly know the theory because of his clock, how much he's spending on the clock. So if you're a Boris Gelfand fan, I think today you have to be very, very careful because it's possible that Hari Krishna just kind of, you know, wins this position very quickly. You need to play absolutely precisely here um, as black. And if you don't know it move by move with the help of the computer, you're going to have a really, really terrible time. A very, very difficult position. So that is very interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one for sure. In the Bartel game, look at what's happened here. We have knight f6, d4, d6, and knight c3. Bartel just said, okay, you can have the pawn if you want. And on e takes d4, knight b5. Now, can we be greedy and keep that pawn with c5? No, we can't, right? The computer hates it, and instinctively I hate it. Queen b3, queen e7, and bishop f4, and we can start to resign here as white, as black. So we're going to lose everything. The rook's going to come to e1. You're going to play e5. It's going to be the end of the game. So what moves can we play then? Good question. Good question. What moves can we play?
We can just develop our pieces.
Yeah, and that's what he
Playing
did. He played bishop e6. Exactly.
bishop e6.
hmm He played bishop e6, and on bishop takes e6, f takes e6, he wanted to play the move knight takes d4. I guess if he takes, which I think he will. And then Peshak is going to play. Actually, what is Peshak going to play? Because if you go queen d7, can I go e5? Is this an idea? And take here. This actually looks like an idea.
Mm.
And at least I've created some imbalance in this position. And
Yeah, it looks very good for white.
mhm,
It's a very good idea. And so I think after knight takes d4, I think white has a very nice position
mhm,
because it's very complicated for black to chase the white knight. They cannot play e5 because the white squares, the light squares, sorry, are very weak. We have the
Exactly.
f5 square, e6, and I think it's a little bit complicated now for black. Maybe bishop e6 wasn't the right move.
Yeah,
I was
possibly.
thinking at bishop e7
Right.
instead,
And if
just
knight
going
takes
for
d4, just a
just go
castle.
for yeah, just castle.
Yeah. Looks reasonable. It looks like one of those old Philidor positions.
Mm.
And I agree. Uh, this is looks okay. So maybe you're right. Bishop e6 might not be the right move. Paul Vinicius has played f4 in his game, and knight to a6 by Motilov. I like this move. His idea is
Mm.
that he wants to put the knight on b4, which makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. And uh, yeah, we have a decision now as white. Do we play bishop takes a6 or not? I would be very tempted to play this move because I don't like the idea of a knight coming to b4. So bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, and putting the rook on b1 would definitely be on the agenda for me in this position here. Would be very, very interesting. And I think Paul Vinicius will play that. Because even though this bishop is nice, it's not an amazing bishop. So why let the knight stay on b4 forever? We'll see. I'm not entirely sure. Akash has managed to put the bishop on d5. Bishop d5, bishop d7 is on the board. Now Akash will put the knight on c3 next, completing development. Long way to go yet in that one before we get some clarity. Win against Shankland has gone at 1,000 miles an hour. We last saw it here. Shankland did play rook a4 and double here. And now there's no way to prevent this. So Win played the move rook c3, takes, and knight c1. And Shankland won another pawn. Now material is equal. You have the outside pass pawn, which is nicely controlled. And we have this position here, which I don't think is a novel position. I think this has been seen before. And it wouldn't surprise me if we get rook c1 and then, for example, just trading. And you can't honestly expect to win this position as white with the black king active. Even though this is a bit weak, you can't honestly expect to win this position, I would say. So no fireworks there. Wang Hao, after playing this variation with e4, we got this position and rook to d8. I didn't think it was anything special for white. Rook d1, bishop d7. I still don't think it's anything special for white. Wang Hao plays f4, but I'm not convinced. Natasha, what about you? Are you convinced here?
Um, yeah. Uh, okay, with f4 we take some space advantage in the king side with
Mm-hmm.
white, but
Mm-hmm.
our g3 pawn starts to be a bit weak.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see how black could um, could find a way to. I think it's okay. f4 is okay for white. I I think it's still equal, of course, but
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay for it's okay for both.
Yeah.
Position is equal, and
Bishop c6. Interesting decision, though, by Martirosyan, saying that I'm willing to give myself this pawn because I don't think you have much. And it's probably a correct decision because how are you supposed to really exploit the weakness? And I don't think there is a way, actually, to exploit this weakness, or at least not easily.
no. But now I think white has a small plus. in this position because of this pawn structure and the bishop against the knight, the space
Y-
advantage.
Yeah, but how? But the bishop, is this bishop really that good? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
Okay, right now,
Okay, King
no, but
E2 played.
maybe later it can be
Hmm.
a very important piece.
Possibly, possibly. Let's see if Wang Hao manages to do something there. Meanwhile, Gelfand has decided to play the move E5, which is another way, of course, of playing this position, protecting the knight, perhaps threatening bishop f5. So for me here, the most natural move is to play a move like bishop d3. Why is this not a main move? I guess it is, but I guess the move queen g5, is this possible? But this is where I start to have fun with white.
Mm.
h4, and if you take castles queenside. Now, I don't care that the bar is in the middle. If you ask me which side I take here, it's white, and I'm very, very, very scared here as black. I think this is just a catastrophe to play over the board. You can get checkmated in a million ways here. So I don't like this. Interestingly, I think Hari Krishna is in the think tank for the first time. And
Okay, but after e5, if I play bishop d3, if you don't go, uh, if you don't play queen g5, what else can you do? Well,
well,
I go bishop
exactly,
d3. Can you play
exactly.
something else? Then queen g5 and queen takes g2.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Can I play bishop
Okay, let's
e6?
just say you
Maybe?
play a move, a standard move like bishop e6. Now I can just castle and go rook e1. You might have to play f6 like this, but I don't know. Maybe you put the king on f7. Okay, maybe it's not so bad. And it's the sort of way that I think Gelfand would play. I don't think that after bishop d3 that Gelfand is going to play queen g5 here. I just don't. It's too provocative. It's just too provocative. Way too provocative. It's way too provocative. I don't see it happening. So
Okay, let's switch
yeah, we
to
can
another game.
absolutely, let's switch. Okay. Where should we go? Kema against Navarra has ended up being a reversed kind of Slav with colors reversed, which is interesting. So, for example, in this position, a move like Bishop E2 would be very standard, or A3. But Black goes E5 now, threatening E4. Whether this is a problem. So, some things for Vincent to work out here compared to a normal Slav. I'm not an expert in the Slav, so I don't know the exact ins and outs. So I'm curious to see uh, how Vincent approaches this position. Actually, very curious to see. Um,
Okay, let's have a look to the challengers, maybe.
yeah, let's do that. Uh, Starmak against Finnick has finally got some clarity. We last saw 95 knight bd7 as expected, and h4, one of the main moves here. Now you can take on c4. The idea of this is that if h5, you can actually put the bishop on d3, so the bishop doesn't lose a square. So white tends to take and go g5. This is the main way. Knight d5 and bishop takes c4. This has all been seen before. White has got the two bishops, but black is very, very solid, as you can imagine. And this position is uh, probably slightly better for white, but maybe it's nothing too special. What do you think?
Mm, 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 mm. Yes, I agree. Maybe something small for white, but the the knight on d5 is very, very strong, and the pawn on the king side h4 can become a weakness too later in
Right,
the game. So
right, exactly. Interesting one. We'll see. That has a lot of game left.
and
Um,
actually, just in the opening, h4 isn't the main move.
no, it's
Usually,
not.
white takes on g6.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, yeah.
And and after they can play with g5 or bishop d2, and
It can transpose then,
it
can't
can
it? It can transpose.
no, not that. No, because after d5 you have to find a square for your knight.
I
You
see.
won't go
G5
to.
straight away. I see
You
what you
cannot
mean.
go to the
Right.
d5 square.
So you probably have to go 94.
Yeah, 94, and after knight takes and d takes
Yeah.
h4, you have the position
Different
is
position. Yeah.
different.
Totally different position.
Black has no access to the d5 square.
hmm Very interesting. Very, very
So
interesting.
h4 isn't the main move in this position.
Okay. Well, we have a pretty standard position in any case, so let's wait. In the uh, Bartel versus Peshak game, we did see takes knight takes d4, and Peshak has gone for e5 because he saw all of these ideas with white playing e5. He didn't want anything to do with that, so he's gone e5 himself. And now in this position here, after e5, what next? What
Yeah,
next?
do we go to e6 or f5? Which square would you
Good
prefer?
question.
Do you
I think
prefer?
e6. The question after e6 is if he just goes like queen d7. Are you forcing this?
No, I don't take.
You want to put the queen on h3 or b3
Maybe b3. Then I can try to play with f. Can I try to play with
with
f4
f4?
after?
hmm
After?
You can for sure. Yeah, that could be a bit dangerous actually. If I get this move in, it's actually dangerous. Hmm. f5 is also tempting, right? So the knight just
Yes.
sits so nice here because you to provoke g6. You would think is very good. Um,
I really like what white position. I
mm,
don't like the bishop on f8. Um,
yeah,
the bishop is blocked by his own pawns,
hmm
and white position is very active.
I
You have
agree.
the d file. You can push the f pawn. Black has many weaknesses in the light square, so I like white.
I agree. Um,
And
yeah, I think White's got a very promising choice here. I think Bartel will be very happy with this position. Very, very happy. Gladura v Cook has ended up being a closed position. We last saw it after f3 c5. White did in fact go e4, knight c6, and bishop g5. Interesting decision there to go bishop g5 when knight e2 is by far the most classical reply. I guess the point is that, well, you could take twice, but I guess Vikuk was worried about e5. But you have this incredible idea of queen c7 here. And the point is, if you take the knight, you don't lose a piece because of queen e5 check. Classic idea. And now white is in big trouble, actually, a pawn down. So you could have done this with black. So this was a bit of a bluff by Gledora. To play this move was a bit of a bluff, I would say. And yeah, I don't think that this is uh,
yeah, I
yeah,
think that both players missed this very nice idea.
yeah, I do as well. So let's
And so after h6, can you show us what happened in
yeah.
the
So it
game?
went h6, bishop h4, d6, knight e2, very standard, and now e5. Classical closing the position by Vidkuk, d5 and knight a5. Totally classical because now the bishop will often come to a6 and target this weak pawn on c4. And the big question, of course, is that if I castle and let's say you play bishop a6, does white get a big initiative with the move f4? Which is,
It seems so.
yes,
It seems so.
it does
So
seem so.
black has to prevent f4. Maybe by
Yes.
playing g5. They can go a little bit later for bishop
And
a6.
knight h7, like this.
Oh
Oh,
no,
you mean before? You mean before?
before of course. I think
Hmm.
f4 is very strong. Just you don't
Yes.
play bishop a6. You play first g5.
G5
So
first,
you
I
take
see.
full control of the f4 square.
And then bishop a6.
Okay.
But you've got this. When
Maybe
you
yeah,
play
yeah.
g5, you give this square, right? So I would sacrifice that pawn and put the knight on f5 here.
So my idea with black maybe is not to go immediately for the c4 pawn. It's a
Okay.
long-term weakness.
Okay.
And I think that white
So what do you want
are
to do
happy
first?
to trade off the d3 bishop. I can go for knight. I can play knight h5. So when you play knight g3, I can
Knight
exchange knights
h5.
actually.
Okay. Knight h5 in here. You just want to stop me playing knight g3. That's an interesting move, actually. And if I go knight g3 and takes, you're not worried about the h. Maybe there's nothing here down the h file. Maybe you're right.
If
Maybe
you
there's
had a
just
knight, I would be very worried with black.
right.
But with your two bishops, I'm quite confident in this position.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Does make a lot of sense. Um,
So maybe white shouldn't castle too fast, I think. No?
Possibly, yeah. He needs to maybe play a preparatory move here. But what to do then? Because I can't go knight g3 immediately because of g5. So what can you do? Not easy, is it? Not
Okay, maybe
easy.
it's completely crazy, but is it possible to play something like g4 with white in this position? No,
G4,
it
yeah.
should be.
I don't hate it at all. I don't hate it at all. I think it's a very interesting suggestion. Because if black goes G5, you want to now move the bishop, don't you? And
Yes,
then
and
go
I will play with.
H4.
Yeah, right. And you don't have your knight on h5. I took the square.
Exactly. I think it's a very reasonable suggestion. Um, very, very reasonable. Um, G4. He might play it, you know. The more I look at it, the more I like it. I really do. Because let's say you go bishop A6, G5. I guess the only problem is if they've got knight H7, they don't actually have to take on G5 here.
Yeah, and my pawn is pinned. My g4 pawn is pinned. Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe g5 is. Can I
This
play
is the
something
problem.
else than g5?
Then G5, but then what's the point of going G5? Ah, you want to maybe go like bishop somewhere and go H4. Something like that. Is that possible? Possible, no? Very complicated. All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens in that one. Meanwhile, Harry Krishna, hold on, just castled long. Also makes a lot
Oh,
of sense
mm,
just to castle immediately, right? Also makes a lot of sense. Um, the difference here is that I guess you have to understand what's going on after check and check. Black does develop pieces very quickly, king a2. And the question is, what about this position? Because check, you could get a repetition here. That would be unfortunate if we got that. That would be unfortunate if we got that. So queen g5 check, king b1, bishop f5 check, king a2 looks all forced. Bishop e6. Can you block here with bishop c4? Can you block here with bishop c4? That's the question. The answer probably is yes, but
but what do you do with black? I
it's still difficult because rook he1 is coming next, right? It's still not straightforward. It still looks,
Yeah, I think bishop c4 is good.
yeah,
You don't want to repeat the position and
no,
to repeat the move. It's black has to fight to find the draw, so you want to keep the position complex.
I agree. Totally agree.
But I don't see what black. I really don't like this position for black. It's very, very difficult.
I agree. It is difficult. Yeah, I think that Boris still has got some major practical issues with this position here. Very interesting. All the games are very different. By the way, Paul Vinicius, in the end, did end up taking on a6. So he took on a6, rook takes a6. He believed that he didn't want the knight on b4. I understand this decision. And then he played the move rook to b1. Makes all the sense in the world. to play like this. And rook a7, just stopping rook b7 and putting the rook out of danger also makes a lot of sense. I like white here, but maybe it's nothing. Maybe there's no way to actually utilize some of the squares. Um, it's very possible. Um, yeah,
Yes, black will. I think black will have time to castle, then maybe play a move like queen a8, rook b8, rook b7, and try to
to try and
create a,
challenge the b file,
the
right?
b file. Yes, because white will need sometimes to. They have to castle. They have to free the way for the rook. There is a bishop. There is a queen. So it will take some time
Got it.
for white to be ready to fight for the b file. I think this is the best plan for black. Castle, queen a8, rook b8, rook b7. And
Hmm.
everything should be all right for black.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't see big danger here for black. But look at Matthias Bartel. You and him are on the same wavelength today because he did exactly what you said, and f4. Wowzers. This opening experiment could go horribly wrong for white.
For black.
Sorry, for black, excuse me.
Yeah, as you said, it's the dream position.
Yeah,
It's a dream position for Bartel. We saw
yeah,
that he likes to play unbalanced and active position, and this is like a gift that Peshak offered to him.
totally agree.
So this is just perfect for him.
How interesting.
Okay, the question is, can I play with black a4 first? Something like a4?
And now I can swing over this side. This is
Inverted
what
on this
Bartel
side.
wants to do. Yeah, this is what Bartel wants to do. 100%. This is what Bartel wants to do.
I was thinking that the knight on e6 is like a small rock you have, I don't know, a small rock you have on your shoes, you know?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Um, yeah, not easy for black at all. I think Peshak is in for a difficult game, and he lost yesterday. Remember, Peshak, and I think there's a really good chance that he gets crushed in this position today against a very informed Bartel who's playing beautiful chess. I don't think this is the kind of position you want. I think this was, I mean, but Peshak, he can't really change his style, right? This kind of style is, you know, his style.
But
Um,
I think you have to choose your opponent actually to play this way. At this level, a very high chess level, you cannot play this way against everybody. You have to find the right opponent to play with this style. Maybe this is how to say, because he's very very young. How old is he? Like 20, 22, 23?
who Peshak?
Yes.
No, I think he's a little bit older.
No, he's
Let me check.
22. Only
He's
22.
22.
Yes.
Wow,
Number one in Slovakia. Top number
incredible.
one.
Yeah,
So maybe to keep improving, he will have to find a way to adapt to his opponents.
yeah.
Even if
He's been
we like how he plays, of course. we like it. We like to follow his game, but maybe you cannot play this way against everybody. I don't know. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I
Lawrence?
think to get to the next level, you do have to adapt your style, and you have to be able to have some kind of uh, idea of playing slowly. When you want to get to 2700, you can't just play 3A5 and think that you're going to do well in the long term. It just doesn't work like that. Um, so, okay. Well, Natasha, I think that brings us to a nice pause in the action. I think here we should take a small break. Um, all the games look very interesting, except, well, the Dayak game against Robson still needs to be heated up. The Wang Hao game actually against Matarosian is not super exciting, and the Win game against Shankland, I expect to win in a draw. But all the other games look like they could really heat up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for continued coverage of today's round. Round four of the Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers. Will be right back.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Well, it wouldn't be such a bad plan to beat young guys, but usually it's pretty difficult. I am not sure, but today my task was twice difficult because I think the game for the prize for the best game of the round is scarce. Usually the one who was getting it, if I remember correctly, had a huge troubles the next day, and in 2019 I won the first game with Pragnananda, and the next day I got a prize. I got smashed in round 2 by Alexei Shirov, who later told that I played this game as an idiot. And in 2020 I think I beat Nijat Abbasov in a quite nice game, but the next day Kacper Piorun beat me, so I was pretty scared that it might be the case today as well. And the other problem was that I woke up today at 6 in the morning, what is not so typical for a chess player. I didn't know what to do, so I went running at 7:30. I even met David Navarra, who was going for a walk. Well, that was not a very promising start of the day. I mean, not the meeting of David, but the waking up so early. Well, I thought that I am completely out of everything. But the only positive thing was that I noticed that my young opponent has a very narrow repertoire and quite suspicious, because it's nothing wrong to have a narrow repertoire, but to have some narrow and suspicious is a bit too much. So even preparing like 30 minutes, because somehow I didn't find more time, I found some challenging line and everything appeared on the board. So I was very, very lucky, because usually when you prepare for 30 minutes you get nothing, and I got very promising position. In a moment when Václav played a weak move, which probably was knight e2 to f4, I was already like 1 hour more on the clock and with very easy positions. So that was very, very fortunate. And later the position was very easy to play. It played by itself. I just developed my pieces, collected one pawn, another pawn, and he just resigned. So it was, well, everything played very easily. So yeah, I'm very happy with that, but well, I don't know how long it will last.
Yeah, I suspected I was probably better, but this his pieces harmonize really well. Like this knight on c6 is like indestructible, defending everything, and I can't attack it. And his light squared bishop also, I mean, I can't exchange it, and it's also very powerful. So yeah, he kind of had a fortress. I had to try to break through somehow. I mean, I don't know if I played the best way, but at least what I did was logical, I think, trying to put the rook on the b file. And then he exchanged, and we went to this not later endgame where it's again very close. Like I can't tell. I just know I'm pushing for free, and maybe I will break through, maybe not. I think it was very tense until even after the time control. We were thinking after the game probably he should have played a5 at the end after I played like bishop e3, and we might have got a rook versus bishop endgame, which we both weren't sure during the game if it's winning or not. Instead, he let me keep the rook and bishop on both, and I think that endgame was just winning. So Overall, I'm happy. It was a very tough game, so I'm glad that I was actually able to get the win in the end. I mean, they look comfortable, but I'm still making some silly mistakes in every game, which makes my life just like a little bit harder than it needs to be. So, but the results are definitely fine. Yeah, I was happy I didn't have to play in black today, but I guess it's coming again tomorrow, so have to look forward to that. But so far, it's gone well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 4 of the Prague Chess Festival. We have the Masters and the Challengers events in full swing, and I'm joined once again by Natasha. Natasha, we've got some of the games just in the break have started to look very interesting indeed. I cannot take my eyes off this game here between Bartel and Peshak. This is an extremely um, interesting game. We last saw it after f4, and Peshak decided to take this pawn off on e4. I find it difficult to believe that Black can play like this. Too risky.
Yeah, it's risky. Your king is still in the center. You open lines for white rooks. After the question is how. No, I mean, anytime black can takes, white can takes on f8 if they have trouble with their e6 knight.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is too risky. It is too risky. Can we see what happened in the game?
Yeah, so
Pawn takes e5.
he took on e5, pawn to a4, and here after pawn to a4, queen to h3, very natural, of course, protecting the knight, and knight to c5. Peshak challenging this very awkward knight. And now white has got a few options, a lot of options, what to do with this knight. First thing, I think taking the knight is not an option, though, because this allows queen takes queen and pawn takes knight, and it feels like the worst is over for black. So I don't think that is an option for white. So what can you do with this knight? Well, there are some other options. You can, yes.
No, sorry, I was saying that this is a kind of position that you feel that you have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you don't do it right now, black could find a way to escape to the white pressure. So this is, I think, the time when you have to think at sacrifice. Piece sacrifice, maybe.
All right. And how do you wish to sacrifice that piece? In what way?
Okay, so my idea, I don't know, I I'm not sure yet, but I was thinking maybe knight takes g7 with the idea to open the e8 h5 diagonal.
Wow. So if queen takes, sorry, if bishop takes, let's start with bishop takes
Queen h5 check.
and rook f7. It's genius. It's genius. You're hitting the queen, you're hitting the bishop. If queen e8, you can go queen g5 check. This is really, really good stuff. This is really, really interesting. Knight takes g7 check, just out of the blue. Okay, and if he takes with the queen,
So I was thinking queen h5 first.
yeah, king d8. Ah, there's queen g6 now.
Queen g6, okay.
This is a problem. This is a problem. This doesn't work. No, this is a piece. Okay, so you can't do that. So queen takes g7. Maybe you have to open the position with e takes d6, like this.
And what is very important in this position is that the white queen prevents the black king to long castle by controlling the c8 square.
Exactly.
So can we take on d6? Bishop takes d6. I just go for easy move first.
And now bishop h6, I guess, is the idea to bring this rook in with check. And if you check me here, I have bishop e3 always. And if you go queen here, I come in check. Oof, king d8. Still unclear. Like, I don't see this position. I don't see until the end clearly here, if you know what I mean.
Yes. There's no direct way to win for white.
No.
But you have a very strong attack.
Exactly.
Very strong attack.
Exactly. But yes, I would be a bit not worried. I don't think that's the right move, but I would certainly be a bit apprehensive about going in for that variation with white. I would be a bit apprehensive. I think there are possibly other ways. Is this a similar idea? I mean, I know it looks ridiculous. This move looks ridiculous.
But the point of taking on g7 is you really open the e8 h5 diagonal.
Yes, you do. But I'm just wondering, can you play like this and then put the rook on e1? It's actually very interesting.
Yeah, you're right.
And white does have an attack. The rook comes to e1 next, and who knows?
You have to cover the e5.
Yeah. Not easy at all. So Bartel now with 44 minutes, rightly so. I think he's been thinking about this position for a while already. And I think this is the correct thing to do. You have to think about this position for a while.
Yes, it is a key position.
It is.
You feel that something can happen. You feel it, actually.
Yes. And well, we can certainly see something. And Bartel is certainly confident enough to play these moves as well. So it's not like he's just, well, he's just thinking which one should he go for, basically. He's just thinking which one he should go for. It's very interesting. None.
It is. Sorry, I have so many examples in my head. It is just when you're at the restaurant and you have two really good dishes and you don't know which one to take. Should I take on G7? Should I play knight
It's
C7? It's
true.
just like both look very tasty, but you have to make a choice. You cannot take both, unfortunately.
That is true. Um, and sometimes when you have so many positions as well, it can be difficult because it looks as though you've got good choices, you get confused, and sometimes you can even make a mistake. Right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
it's
you can, yeah,
totally true because you're afraid that you're missing something big with the other move, and you're totally right. It can bring you some doubts, give you some doubts.
exactly. So we'll see what happens there. Let's continue with some lines. Well, in the Harry Krishna against Gelfand game in the Masters, we got exactly what we were looking at. Before the break, we were saying how we had this position here. Harry Krishna a pawn down, but obviously with a huge amount of uh, what's the word? Uh, a huge amount of uh, initiative and development lead. So Gelfand played queen g5 check, king b1, bishop f5 check, getting his pieces out, attacking the king, king a2, bishop e6 check, and now bishop c4. We were saying there could be a repetition, but I think Hari Krishna rightly plays the move bishop c4, and now Gelfand plays a very logical move, queen g4. The idea of this is he wants to take and then put the queen back on e6 and trade the queens by force. This looks very good to me.
Mm. Wait, if you play bishop takes c4, I mean, if it was like to play queen c4, queen e6,
Yes.
I have rook takes
No,
d4
rook takes d4, I just take.
and rook e1.
Ah, you're right. I'll put that on the board to illustrate it. So let's say h3 takes queen e6. I can't play this because of rook takes d4. Well done. Sorry, I missed rook e1 at the end. And you win. So
Maybe the other idea is to play, I don't know, knight b5 or something like this. Maybe this is a better move. Another idea instead of.
also, yeah, you're right because there's a discovered attack here. In fact, knight e2 or knight b5 might threaten to win. No, let's just say h4. This will just lose to knight e2. Incredible. And the point is bishop takes bishop. This is check. So you lose here as white because you move the queen and the bishop hangs. So actually, very, very interesting position and resource found here by Gelfand. I was very optimistic about um, about Hari Krishna's chances, but he has to find something class in this position here. He really has to find something good in this position right here. He really, really does. And I don't see it. I don't see what the correct move here is. Nothing is clear for me at all. Nothing is clear for me. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. We have had a bit more action in Bogdan Dayak against Ray Robson, and finally in this kind of classical Berlin, he decides to go with g4. I don't think this is something that Ray is too worried about. I think he's going to trade and put the bishop on h7. and black's position is still rock solid. He's going to bring his knight out. And yeah, I think, you know,
Mm, nothing special.
yeah, nothing special. Also, nothing special looks like this position here. Wang Hao against Martirosian. Wang Hao trying, but white does have a nice decentralized king. Is this enough to beat the solid Martirosian? And the answer probably is no, probably not.
Yes, black position is very solid. The knights prevent the king to penetrate, I would say, in black position. The d7 knight keeps an eye on c5,
Mm-hmm.
so the king cannot play, the white king can't go to c5, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't see how we could. Maybe we can try bishop e2, bishop a6, something like this. Bishop b7.
Yeah. So Bishop, you want to go? You want to try this?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, after
Yeah.
king d4, it's black to play, of course.
Yes. So the question is, what do you do after King d4 here as black? I guess f6 is natural to threaten e5 check and try and drive the king back, right?
Yes.
Looks totally standard. Um,
Can I play e5 with white?
yeah, so you want to just pause that. I think that makes a lot of sense, that move. You also give this square for the knight. Maybe there's a little to work with here. Maybe there is just a little bit to work with. You're right. Maybe there's just a little bit to work with in this position here. Um, it's true. There could be a little bit to work with here. We'll come back to it, shall we? And see what
Yes,
happens.
of course.
Okay, so just to confirm, this position here between Shankland and Wynn, yeah, very likely to end in a draw here still, because black can always win a pawn on the king side. You know, for example, if king c2, you can go rook h1, rook f1, but let's say rook h1. And even if you try rook b3, which is a good try, you've got this move here distracting the rook. And after takes, we're going to get a 3 versus 2 situation, which is an easy draw for Sam Shankland. So Sam is going to make a draw here pretty soon.
Okay,
Yes,
just
tell me.
look at the clock. Sam clocks.
Sam's clock?
Yes, just to have a look. So Sam
133. That's actually
will
incredible.
will shake hand. We'll finish the game
With
with
more
more
time.
time at the clock.
That really could be the case. That would be quite incredible, wouldn't it? If that were to happen.
Yes.
Um, okay. Well, what about Kamer against Navarra? Things have got very hot suddenly in this game here. Around here, we were saying that Vincent probably had to do something a bit more quickly, which he does with b5. And after this move b5, uh, black played knight e5 and c4. So white attacking the center like this also makes a lot of sense. Black took on f3 and knight takes f3 and e5 here. So if you take on c4, I guess white just goes bishop b2 and rook c1 and recaptures this pawn. So black played e5, c takes d5, e4, and this was his idea, is that he wins the pawn back with this and castles. Wow. Very interesting position. Now you have to be careful here as white. Your king has been compromised. And, you know, I can see that in some positions, things like this can happen. You've got to be very, very careful here, that's for sure. You have to be very, very careful. I think I would take black, just so you know. Also, g3 never works here because after takes, takes, and takes, this is just way too much play for black. It might not be mate immediately, but intuitively, it feels very, very wrong here. It feels very, very wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
No, I agree that G3 is wrong. Seems
Mhm.
very, very wrong. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And yeah, black can play with rook d8, rook d5, or rook e8, rook e5, and bring the rook to the action
Mm-hmm.
in this
Totally agree.
position. So I don't think Kamer will play g3. Maybe
No.
he will develop his dark square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, maybe bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop a3 looks like a very reasonable move.
Let's say rook. Does rook d8 possible or not? Maybe you after rook d8 you can play rook c1,
Rook
and you have
d8,
a problem. Yeah,
rook
rook
c1.
c1,
Yeah, this could be interesting. And if queen e5,
knight c4.
queen e5, knight c4, huh?
The problem is you don't have the h5 square is controlled by my bishop, so you cannot play queen h5, and you have to protect your bishop in h2.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, it can get out of control for all players, basically. It can get out of control for all players, can't it?
Mm.
Yes. Totally agree. Um, okay. We'll come back to that one. We'll see. We'll see how that one develops. That could get very, very interesting. What else has developed since we last went away? Wow, we did get a queen trade in the Peshak game. He did go for knight takes c5, Natasha. Oh, sorry, he went queen h5 check first, provoking g6, and now knight takes c5, takes, takes, and takes. And Bartel is going to have to prove that this is better for white, but I'm not sure it is. I'm really not sure it is. Yeah, totally unclear. Totally unclear. Who would you take here? I'm not even sure I would take white anymore, by the way. Because, like, if I go check, king e6, and I take, and black plays, I don't know, takes on e5, even with the d pawn, is white better here?
I think, uh, I'm not sure that white is better, but I think I would take I would take white in this position. I still prefer white, not in this position, but in the other one. I think in this one, the black pawn structure is too weak. Okay, you have a passed pawn. I don't think it will be enough for a win, actually.
Mhm.
And even for draw, I think you will have to work a little bit with black.
Mhm. Possibly, but I'm not afraid now. I'm not afraid of this position as black. I think that those knight sacrifices we were looking at before around here, either knight c7 or knight takes g7, were really possible. Um, so we'll keep an eye out there, but that has definitely fizzled out in the excitement stakes. In this one here, I don't understand black's last move. So black just played the move knight b6. Maybe he's not provoking but b3, but rather wants to put the king on d7 and go rook c8. I mean, white pretty much has to go b3 here because you're protecting the pawn, but
Hmm?
this structure looks complicated to me. This
Yeah,
looks complicated.
and I don't like the black queen.
Exactly.
Yeah, she has no square. She has no square at
Exactly.
all. So even if you play king d7, rook h c8, maybe I can go with white with king f2, and I was thinking like, can I play h5?
So what do you want to do? Sorry.
If you go for if you play king d7
So
with
king
black,
d7. Yeah. Okay.
okay, king f2,
Okay. Rook ac8. Let's see.
and I was thinking, can I play for h5 with white?
Hmm. Yeah. So at some point you want to play h5. You can do it now. I can always take though, right? And
I,
if you ever take, my idea is I'm going to go g6 and fix the structure again.
yeah, but
That's
then
my
you're.
idea.
But I think my pieces are stronger than yours. I go back to e2 and look at your queen. Your knight on b6 is doing nothing. Your queen on a5 is doing nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think, yeah, there's still some problems for Finnick. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets into trouble. Would not surprise me. Would not
Okay, maybe
surprise me.
another idea would be to play knight c8, knight d6, knight e4, or knight f5. Try to replace the knight.
Also makes a lot of sense. Could very well happen. I actually quite like this, Natasha. I do like this. Uh, very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, we'll see. Not, I mean, black might suffer, but he might have some resources there. Paul Vinicius is, well, he castles on the queen side, but black is very, very solid here. Very, very solid. How do you make progress with white? How do you make progress with white?
I have no idea. No idea. I think I prefer black actually.
You prefer black here, yeah?
Yes. Because it's a little bit weird for me to hide your king on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
I
maybe
agree. Does white have this move though as an idea? It's an unusual idea.
okay, if I take, you take with a pawn and you threaten to play b5, b6
Exactly.
with a fork. Okay.
Exactly.
But is it a big problem for black?
Uh, Probably not, right?
Can I play bishop d8 or move the rook?
Bishop d8,
Just to see if it's very
b6,
dangerous.
rook b7. And now I take it does look dangerous because this knight is so away from the action. It does look dangerous, but maybe you can hold, but I wouldn't like to play this as black. I wouldn't like to play this as black. Um, yeah. Not clear at all, is it? Not clear at all. We'll see. Okay. Let's see here. What else do we have that is interesting? Okay. Wow. Do we have a sacrifice here? Ooh, look at this, Natasha. We do have something very interesting that's just happened in the Gledora game. This is the game Gledora versus Vico. Gledora just played f4, e takes f4, and bang, knight takes f4, offering a whole piece. And the point is that after g takes f4, rook takes f4, Gledora has perhaps accurately assessed this position and understood that this is in fact very dangerous for black.
Yes,
Very, very dangerous.
White wants to play, I think, queen g4, e5, queen f5,
Queen
and
h5 as
threaten
well, right?
queen h5. Yes,
And
and
e5.
you will e5, yeah, with the idea to open the b1 h7 diagonal with
Looks
very strong
very
game.
dangerous. Very dangerous. So what is black supposed to do here? Because you can't just let the knight survive. I'm going to go queen h5 anyway. Wow, this is very unpleasant.
Okay, so just a question.
Yes.
Black played g5, as we said, to control the f4 square. White retreated the bishop on a1,
Mm-hmm.
and knight e8 was wrong, or it's
Well,
after
that's a good
f4
question.
taken with the e pawn was
Yeah, maybe knight h5 was
knight
the,
h5.
the move. Yeah, knight e8 just allows this very energetic move here. Very cool move.
And if I take with the g pawn, do I go for knight f4 too? Yes, it's the same, of
And
course.
if you take with the g pawn, yeah, you go knight takes f4
Knight
too.
f4 again. Okay.
Mhm. You go knight takes f4 against everything, basically.
It's very, very nice.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice.
Okay, if we don't accept the piece sacrifice, I think that white attack will be very strong.
Effectively, yes. Exactly. I think that this is. I think this might actually be losing, to be honest, for black, objectively, because how if you don't accept the piece, you're bad, and if you accept the piece, you're bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you have to take the piece.
Yeah, I mean, and if you take the piece, it's just, you know, how do you survive this attack? You can't go queen g5 because of rook f4. I'm playing queen h5 next, bishop d2, rook a f1. This bishop is out of play, this knight is out of play.
I don't see any good issue for black in this position.
Precisely.
Can we try something like knight g7, or I don't know, just trying to play a move for
Knight
black?
g7 is very possible. Um, bishop h4 looks natural now. You have
Okay,
to
let's
go
go.
f6 because you can't allow bishop d6, right?
Okay, let's go f6.
Okay, f6. Okay, this is some kind of a defense. Queen somewhere. Oh, it's just,
It's terrible.
it's terrible. It's so terrible to have to defend this. I really feel sorry for Vikok today. I think he's going to have a really, really difficult day.
Sorry. And what it is fun in this position is you are a piece up, but in the king side, white is playing with a, like you're a piece down, a piece less, because all your pieces are in the queen side. All black pieces are in the queen side, and they cannot defend. You cannot. The knight on a5 is stuck in the corner. The bishop, the c8 bishop, will cannot come back to defend.
Mhm.
So you just sacrifice a piece for white, but is it as if you were playing with a piece up?
Incredible.
If we have a look just where the action is happening.
Incredible. Yeah.
What happened in Bartel
In
Peshak?
in Bartel Peshak, we see rook f6 check on the board. The idea is king takes e5, bishop g5, and white wants to corner this king, but I don't think you do. Like, I don't think Peshak should be too worried about this position. Something like this, and rook hg8, and rook d1, king e6, and looks completely fine for black. Rook takes b7. You have some bishop discovery. This bishop is loose. No, I don't really buy it. I don't really buy it at all. I don't buy it for white. I think white had an opportunity before, but now not. Now I think there's no serious opportunity. Um, so
Okay, let's switch. Let's see
let's
another
switch. Yeah,
game.
where do you want to go to?
I'd like to see style match.
Starmark
Finnick.
against Finnick? Yeah.
Yes, because we are thinking after knight b6, we had to play b3 with white to protect our a4 pawn, but Stalmach played h5. So can we see what happens, actually? Can I take on
Yeah.
a4 with black?
So why did he not play b3? My question is, h5 always exists, right? Why not play b3 first? This is a strange decision for me. Very, very strange. Very, very strange.
Yeah, b3 is quite.
Why not play that first?
it's
Okay,
not-
you give black more options. So my question is, if you take, white has got some
I,
queen c2.
I think I
Oh,
won't
okay,
take with the knight. I
with
will
the queen.
take with the queen, of course.
But now I do gain time by playing b3
Okay, I come back with my queen. Queen d7.
and bishop d3.
Okay, you're not threatening anything. The h pawn is pinned
That's
because
true.
your rook in h1 is not
But you
protected.
can't get your king safe.
It's the same for yours.
Right.
Yeah, it's a closed position with we both have our king in the center.
Incredible.
But now I'm a pawn up with black. So
Now you're a pawn up, but you can't get your king safe. So what would you prefer, to be a pawn up or get your king safe? That's the question.
but actually when we are looking at the position, if when instead of playing h5, if you play b3, you can you can have the same position with the black king in the center. So
Oh, I see. You wanna,
I prefer to have a pawn up
yeah,
than having nothing as a compensation in the position.
right, understood.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you had to play b3.
You prefer b3, right?
Of course, you have a long-term advantage in this slight advantage in this position. You're not in a
Hmm.
you don't have to hurry to play h5 because you can do it as you said later. First, as we said, we can play king f2 and then h5. We can prepare or push
Hmm.
on h5. And it's true that
Okay.
often we want to go, we want to rush. And I was studying endgames, positional endgame position, and sometimes I I would say what I keep on mind now is just like first improve your pieces, the position of your pieces, and when all your pieces are in the best square, I would say, you can start to push your pawns and start to put pressure on your opponent. Because if you do it too early, you're
Hmm.
not ready. I mean, here it would have been better to have the king on f2 before pushing on
Totally,
h5.
totally agree. Um, okay. Good advice there, Natasha, in my opinion. Very good advice. Let's have a quick look at Derek against Robson. Again, not much going on here. Knight h4 on the board. Black can now put the bishop somewhere. Where is the advantage? Do you want to go queen e7?
I think I
But
would go first bishop
ah,
d3.
you want to trade the bishops first, yeah?
Yes. So I
And
have
then
white, so I have light squares. And maybe I can go for.
and bishop d6. This could be something for white, but how much? How much is not clear to me. But you're right. It's clear that Ray is the one having to find the accurate moves in this position here for sure. And well, we'll see. It's not the most. It's the most not the most exciting position
Can we
to
have a
to
look
analyze.
on?
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to have a look on Hare Krishna Gelfond, but they
No moves.
did no moves.
No moves. Harry Krishna has been thinking for 20 minutes here.
Okay, it's a very complicated position. I understand.
Yes, it is.
You have to find the right move in this position.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, lots to calculate here. Lots to lots to calculate. Okay. Um, by the way, uh, in this position here, we did actually get a trade of these dark square bishops. So when knight d2 takes bishop a3 and bishop d6. Very good. Probably the best move here by by David, sorry. Rook c1, queen d8, takes, and knight c4. Again, all very natural stuff. Now, if the queen takes the pawn on d5, I'm sure Vincent's idea is to play like this. And his claim is that if he gets to play rook fd1 next, he's going to have a massive, massive initiative.
Yes.
Massive, massive initiative.
And it's very interesting to play first knight d6, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go first rook d1, maybe black can play bishop e6. And then on knight e6, I can play b6. Look, if I play first rook fd1.
Yes. And you somehow keep the pawn, but you lose e4. It's probably still equal, but you're right. Now black has got
Equal,
decent
yes.
coordination. But there's decent coordination here.
Mm.
There's decent coordination, at least. So
David Navarra decided not to take on d5, so maybe he wants to play for a win.
He played queen c5. Very interesting move. Difficult move to play, right? Because you are putting the queen in the line of this rook. So it is a difficult move to play for sure.
I think the point is if you decide to, I don't know, to move your knight to attack the queen, then now you can play queen takes d5. And so the knight is not as well placed than in c4 and d6. But I'm also threatening moves like queen takes b5 first and then queen takes d5. This is also a threat with queen c5.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, maybe you can just take this pawn. So do you think white has to protect the pawn with a4 then? Possibly.
I think, yes, it's necessary. But then I can play rook d8 and maybe I can take the pawn with my rook instead of my queen.
I can go d6, but then bishop e6. There's also queen coming out here. Yeah, I think this could get, white, as the famous Russian school told us, once you push a pawn forward, you can't move it back. And it's one of those positions here where Vincent has moved a lot of his pawns forward, but once you move them forward, you really can't move them back. This is true. This is very, very true. So no, this is a 3-result game. Sam Shankland so far holding Nguyen trying to find a configuration to give him some chances. I don't see what that configuration is, to be brutally honest. I think it's just a 3.
They are already in move 40.
Yes. Indeed.
Okay. Wangao against Aik Martirosian, maybe we can have a look.
Yeah, let me just
in this endgame. Okay, so black didn't play f6. What? Yes, they play king d6, e5, king c7. So I think no.
Yeah, it went exactly.
Yes.
It went king d4, king d6. So he didn't go f6, as you said. It's interesting that he didn't, because that looks sort of very, very interesting. So it went king d4, king d6, e5 check, king c7, and g4. But now white is making advances. And I guess the idea is that black, even though it's solid for black, it is difficult to Uh, it is difficult
To play, you
to
play
play.
in. Yes, you have no space. You have only three ranks. Is
Yeah.
that to move your knights? Happily, you have the d5 square. I think uh, this is oh, yeah.
Well,
You have the d5 square, and maybe this will help.
you
Yeah, and
do.
actually, yeah, you cannot go maybe directly on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if knight takes, if you take with the c pawn, you have a queen's a, a, um, a majority in the queen side, and if you
Hmm.
take with the e pawn, you have a majority in the king side. So you cannot play knight d5 immediately.
Indeed. Yeah. Okay. I mean,
So
it wouldn't surprise me. I have to say though, Wang Hao, he's a tricky guy, and he's won these sorts of positions before. It wouldn't surprise me if he won this as well. Wouldn't surprise me, honestly,
mm.
if he won this position.
So I was
Uh,
thinking in this position, maybe white could have played something like a4, a5, if knight d5 isn't a good option for black.
yes. Yes.
Maybe it should be an idea.
Yeah, I think he can do that. I think he can go a4, a5. I think he can expand. And the problem black has is he has to be passive. There's nothing he can do. He has to wait, and that's not a very pleasant position to be in.
Right.
Um, okay, so what else can be done? What else can be done?
Oh,
Let's
okay.
have a look.
Yes.
Yes,
Gedura Cook.
yeah, let's have a look. So what happened after this fantastic knight? So we didn't accept the piece, so he went bishop a6. And now knight h5 by Gledora. Totally standard. Bishop takes c4 and bishop g3. That's an interesting move. Now, why is that move? Why was that move played? He wanted to go e5, perhaps push. So that's why Black just played Queen e7. But Black is solid here. This was an excellent decision by Vukuk not to accept the piece. This was excellent. This was really, really excellent.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, taking the knight was too dangerous for
Hmm.
black, and so the material is equal
Yes.
because black took the c4 pawn.
Yes.
So okay, I think okay, white will trade off the bishops.
I think you have to trade. Takes.
But then I think that
Still looks dangerous. I mean, I've been thinking, can I put my pawn on f6? Can I play like this? That's what I want to do as black. To try and prevent e5. But still looks difficult. I mean, white can double on the f file
oh wait, can I play e5 with queen
here.
g6?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. So actually, I can't let you land here, right? So I would have to go here. But now uh, you can even take, right? But e6 here, it's a protected pass pawn, but your pieces aren't actually doing anything. right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, black can play with f4, f5, f4, 94,
Exactly.
97,
Exactly.
and we are in trouble with white.
Indeed.
But can I take on d6 instead of
Here, taking on
playing?
d6, yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
King g6, and we
Oh,
actually lose. We lose the knight randomly.
oops.
Unbelievable, actually. That's kind of unbelievable.
No, I can play this d7. Okay, but it's not what I want anyway.
Yeah, it's in the worst case I take. Yeah. Okay, so some some decisions here for Glidora, certainly. In Akash against Lamy, we have a very kind of standard looking middle game. Fight over d5. Looks approximately equal to me. Paul Vinicius did not decide to go with knight b5 in the end, which is also interesting. Um,
Yeah, maybe
very.
black can go to the plan we talked about earlier. Queen a8, rook b8, rook b7.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's
Yeah, we
able.
can still do that. It's still possible, isn't it?
Oh yes.
But it looks as though that's kind of dynamically equal. What about one of our favorite games of the day? He went king d5. I mean, Peshak is so. It's very difficult to guess his moves. He went king d5 here, incredibly. He went king d5 here. Um, Rook d1 and king c5. I guess will be played here. He's thinking about king c4 or king c5. If king c5, rook f7, but I don't like this for black now because it's difficult to get your pieces out.
Yes, but you're a pawn up.
Yeah, but you can't get your pieces out.
But if you let me, I will play d5 and everything is. I can play king b6, d5, bishop c5, and I am okay with black.
Yes. Yes. So, well, rook d1. Very, very, very interesting position. I don't know what Pishak is going to do here. I tend not to be able to get any of his moves. But let's just say he went here, rook f7, b6,
Oh, I think king b6 instead.
king b6.
King b6.
Okay. Um, yes, king b6 definitely exists.
Okay, king c4 has been played instead of king
King
c5.
c4. So now, hmm, interesting one. I don't know.
It is the evening walk of the Black King.
Do we want to give check? No, he just goes rook f7. Makes
I
sense.
guess
And if b5, I guess if
maybe
b5.
b3, bishop
Yeah,
e3.
yeah, bishop e3, and I'm actually mating myself, aren't I? All of a sudden,
Yes.
I'm mating myself, which is insane, incredible.
So what should we play if b5 is not possible with black?
Great question. It's getting out of hand, isn't it? This position. It's getting completely out of hand, I would say, actually. Um, yeah, I don't like what Peshak has done here. I don't. He got to. It's all a little bit too romantic. Playing like this, I would say. It's all a little bit too romantic. I don't love it at all. I don't love it whatsoever. Think he still has problems to solve. What else is going on? Let's see here. Ah, Vikuk decided to play b5, protecting the bishop. May very well get something similar anyway. Lamy has got this position against Akash, but I don't believe that this is anything special for either color. This bishop isn't great, but I don't think white is ever really that much worse in these positions. We did get a trade on d5 in the Navarra game, so with the knight on e5 now, which is interesting. But I think David Navarra is doing fine. Rook fd1, bishop e6. What's the problem with black's position here? Looks completely reasonable, no?
I think there's no problem, actually.
There's no problem at all, right? I agree. I don't think there's any problem here at all. Totally agree. Yeah, somehow Vincent has not managed to make this one work. You feel?
Yeah, and now white have to find a way to play because you're a pawn down. So
Totally agree.
white has to fight for the draw. Has to find the way to make a draw.
Yeah, totally agree. Alrighty.
Can we go? Can we have a look on Hare Krishna Gelfand?
Yeah.
Game?
We do have a move. One move. So Harry Krishna spent what 30 minutes on that move, something like that, I think.
Yes. So rook d c1, rook c1.
Rook c1, exactly. And what is going on here? Good question. What is going on here? I still think it's difficult for black. I still think it's unpleasant because now if you go knight e2, which is a move we looked at before, right? Queen takes e5. White gives up the exchange, but how do you ever get your king safe? Maybe you just don't. Maybe it's a position where you can never get your king safe. Can you really castle long here? Looks almost impossible, but maybe it's because of the pin. Maybe this move is actually available to black, which is of course, you know, fantastic.
Can I move my king? Can I play king a1 or something like this in this position? Oh no, you after you take. Okay, you're threatening to play bishop takes c4.
Yeah. King a1.
Can I take on e6?
But then queen takes e6, and we trade queens, and you're losing, right? Or at
Yes.
least. Well,
sorry, I forgot that I have I'm an exchange down.
Yeah, maybe this is okay. I don't know.
And look what happened in the game.
Indeed, yeah. He did take. We have this exact position, Natasha.
Yes.
We have this exact position. Um, and
And Long Castle has been played by Galfond.
and he did play long castles. Look at this. Look at this. This is fantastic.
I don't think I would have played this move. It seems to be just an impossible move to play, at least at my small chess level.
Yeah.
But for such strong grandmaster, I guess that everything has been
Yeah, but
balanced.
yeah, but the question is, if you don't have something here now as white, you're just losing. You're just losing. Incredible.
Okay, but even after bishop takes e6, you have few compensation for
Yeah,
the exchange.
I guess the point is here, like takes, takes. Let's say king b7, rook takes e6. You do have two pawns here. You do
I
have
think
two pawns.
it should be okay. I think. I hope for white.
It should be fine because the bishop can always sit on c3. I agree. I don't think it's I don't think it's yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's a thing here actually. I don't think it's a thing here.
Maybe rook h e8.
Rook h e8.
Yeah.
Uh
I have no choice. I have to take.
yeah, takes, and maybe let's say bishop c3. Maybe this allows g5. The question is, how do we want to configure the pawns? Because I can put the pawn on h4, and if you go rook e2, go bishop c5, and then play g3, right?
Yeah, this should be fine for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be fine for white. Because if you try to bring your king to the king side with black,
Mm-hmm.
I will try to push my queen side pawn with white.
Mm-hmm.
So
It should just be a draw, I think,
it
basically.
should be a draw.
Yeah, I think it should just be a draw. Uh, okay, so some drawish tendencies there. In the other games, bishop d3 played as per your suggestion, Natasha. So we'll see if Bogdan Deak is able to grind a little bit something there. Wang Hao against Martirosyan, again, looks like Wang Hao is actually making some progress. The knight can launch into d6. And this is what I thought. This is actually what I thought. Um, we have a spot where, black is actually going to have to find some really good moves. And I think in this position, you know, black is completely fine here. Rook b8 or even rook d7. And I don't think Vincent has got really too much in that position there. Lots can still happen in Gledora. Lots can still happen in this game, Akash Lamy, as can Paul Vinicius. And in this game here, Bartel against Peshak, he went for bishop f6 after rook
Yeah.
g8.
Yeah, in the challengers, many game can be decisive, we'll say.
Decisive, yeah, that's true.
Decisive, yes.
Yes, that is completely true. Uh, and, well, This one also got a bit out of hand, I would say. The pawn managed to find its way to g6, isolating this pawn on h5. Lots of stuff still going on. We're going to take another short break. We are at the midway point of round 4. Pretty much all games still going on for the first time, I believe, in the tournament, where we still have all games in progress. There will be some draws, of course, but we are most likely going to get some decisive results as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of this round 4 of this year's Prague Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political actions will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
well, it wouldn't be such a bad plan to beat young guys, but usually it's pretty difficult. I am not sure, but today my task was twice difficult because I think the game for the prize for the best game of the round is cursed. Usually the one who was getting it, if I remember correctly, had a huge troubles the next day. And in 2019 I won the first game with Prague, and the next day I got a prize. I got smashed in round 2 by Alexei Shirov, who later told that I played this game as an idiot. And in 2020 I think I beat Nijat Abbasov in a quite nice game, but the next day Kacper Piorun beat me, so I was pretty scared that it might be the case today as well. And the other problem was that I woke up today at 6 in the morning, what is not so typical for a chess player. I didn't know what to do, so I went running at 7:30. I even met David Navarra, who was going for a walk. Well, that was not a very promising start of the day. I mean, not the meeting of David, but the waking up so early. Well, I thought that I am completely out of everything. But the only positive thing was that I noticed that my young opponent has a very narrow repertoire and quite suspicious, because it's nothing wrong to have a narrow repertoire, but to have some narrow and suspicious is a bit too much. So even preparing like 30 minutes, because somehow I didn't find more time, I found some challenging line and everything appeared on the board. So I was very, very lucky, because usually when you prepare for 30 minutes you get nothing, and I got very promising position. In a moment when Václav played a weak move, which probably was knight e2 to f4, I was already like 1 hour more on the clock and with very easy positions. So that was very, very fortunate. And later the position was very easy to play. It played by itself. I would just developed my pieces, collected one pawn, another pawn, and he just resigned. So it was, well, everything played very easily. So yeah, I'm very happy with that, but well, I don't know how long it will last.
Yeah, I suspect that I was probably better, but this his pieces harmonize really well. Like this knight on c6 is like indestructible, defending everything, and I can't attack it. And his light squared bishop also, I mean, I can't exchange it, and it's also very powerful. So yeah, he kind of had a fortress. I had to try to break through somehow. I mean, I don't know if I played the best way, but at least what I did was logical, I think, trying to put the rook on the b file. And then he exchanged, and we went to this not later endgame where it's again very close. Like I can't tell. I just know I'm pushing for free, and maybe I will break through, maybe not. I think it was very tense until even after the time control. We were thinking after the game probably he should have played a5 at the end after I played like bishop e3, and we might have got a rook versus bishop endgame, which we both weren't sure during the game if it's winning or not. Instead, he let me keep the rook and bishop on both, and I think that endgame was just winning. So overall, I'm happy. It was a very tough game, so I'm glad that I was actually able to get the win in the end. I mean, they look comfortable, but I'm still making some silly mistakes in every game, which makes my life just like a little bit harder than it needs to be. So, but the results are definitely fine. Yeah, I was happy I didn't have to play in black today, but I guess it's coming again tomorrow, so have to look forward to that. But so far, it's gone well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is round 4 of the Prague Chess Festival 2023. We are in the middle of today's round, both in the Masters and the Challengers. I'm with Natasha Ben-Mesbah once again. Seeing a few updates, Natasha, and we do actually have almost the identical ending we were looking at in Hari Krishna Girlfriend, where Hari Krishna did in fact go for the exchange sacrifice to get this ending. All of this was kind of forced. And we did get the trade of rooks as well. So we've got the pure bishop versus rook ending. I don't see this being anything but a draw. 2 pawns and a bishop versus a rook. You can put your bishop on e3, your king on c3. You can put your pawns on g3 and h4. I don't quite see how black is supposed to win this position. To be brutally honest, I think white is just way too solid. So interesting game. I think Boris played very well to neutralize the pressure. So well done to him. And well, Hari Krishna still has to make a draw. So we'll see. In Dayak against Robson, looks as though Dayak rook c8 is a peculiar move because you allow knight f5 or knight g6, and if rook c7, can you now go queen e3 with the idea that knight d6 might run into mate because I can just take check here, check, and mate. So rook c8, is that Ray's first big mistake of the tournament? And the computer agrees. The computer thinks that this is a huge mistake here by Ray Robson. And knight f5 might just win the game, Natasha, for Dayak.
Can I play just rook c7 and try to?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. So rook c7, queen e3, and what do you do here? It's just over. It's the end of the game. Because if you go king f7, I've got this beautiful tactic, queen takes e8 check, and knight d6.
Nice. Yes. Very nice.
So queen e3 might just win the game. So you can't go rook c7. So after knight f5, what are you actually supposed to do? Because knight e7 is a threat. No, this is bad news for Ray Robson, and Dayak has been given a lifeline in this tournament, really. And it's a big win because he will actually overtake one of the leaders. Very, very interesting.
Rook c8 was the blunder for black.
Huge blunder. Yeah, black had to play knight d6 to prevent knight f5.
Yeah, he didn't feel the danger of the position.
No, he completely misinterpreted it. So we should get a win there. And the next move, queen f5.
Oh.
He didn't see. I mean, this still might be good, by the way. This still might be good enough because his idea is rook c7, queen e6. But if knight d6, queen e6, knight f7, at least you can fight a little bit here as Ray Robson. But knight f5
was much better, much stronger than queen f5.
Much stronger.
Okay, it is still fine for Dayak.
Yes, it's not a blunder.
He still has a better position.
Absolutely. Completely true.
Okay, let's see. Ray Robson has only 11 minutes to play 14 moves. So it won't be that simple for him to find the right moves in this position.
Yes. Uh, Incredible.
Can we keep switching?
Let's keep on moving. Yeah, let's go to the Wang Hao game because we have had some action here. Wang Hao did get his knight to d6, f6, and he decides to take. Very strange decision, in my opinion, to do this. I don't know, because now if I take and put my king on d7, is this a realistic winning opportunity for white? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes. I was thinking maybe something like b5, pawn takes, king takes, trying to play king a6,
Mm-hmm.
and
That's true.
how do you
You
play
want to
with
go
black?
after this pawn. Right, okay. So if I go knight d5 now, and you go king a6, yeah. Yeah, you do win a pawn. I guess the question is it easy to advance? Maybe it is. It's an outside pass pawn. I think it's it's pretty interesting. Uh, we could get this actually. I think this is quite likely to happen on the board. For sure.
And just
Uh,
when white takes on f6, can I play g takes f6 with black, or it is a very bad move?
no,
Maybe knight f7, and I
knight
have some
f7.
issue with my h6 pawn. I think
Exactly.
I have to play knight g8, and
Oof. And
this
there's
is
some
very
f5
f5. Yes, it is very
or king
passive for
c5.
black.
Yeah. No, I don't think he'll play that. I think Haik will take the knight and he will get that ending. Uh, and yeah, uh, we keep on playing. So we'll see if Wang Hao manages to do something there. Shankland holding the fort very nicely against Win. Win just doesn't have the configuration to do anything against Sam here. The king can't get active because g4 will hang. Yeah, and the pawns are immobile, so um, yeah, it's it's just not really
Yes,
going to be anything but a draw.
yes.
Yes,
Sam Shankland is still 1 hour 36 minutes. It's just
yes,
like he's playing with the hand.
yes, exactly. Um, and let's have a look at this Kmart position. So material is not equal because white is still a pawn down, but he's very active. Again, it feels like white shouldn't be that much worse here, but I don't think white is better either. I think I would still take black because a pawn is a pawn. What are you supposed to do with this knight? The question is, do you go rook d8 here? The answer probably is yes. Can you take on f7?
I think you have maybe after knight takes, bishop takes,
Yeah,
rook c3, rook d1,
king g1.
king g2.
How bad is this for white? Doesn't look too bad. Bishop e6, f3, for example.
Okay, I can play pawn takes, and if you takes with the pawn, I can play bishop h3 maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I just missed that. I missed that. Sorry, I don't want to go f3. But you don't have any threats here as black, right? But I'm still pinned. You're right. It's not the easiest position in the world here.
Maybe
Yeah.
I will try to improve slowly my position with black. you have to keep your rook on the c file to prevent bishop c4, and you cannot move any pawns around your king. So maybe I can find a way to improve my position with black.
That's true. You might do. It's good. I don't think he'll do that though, Kamer. I would say. Uh,
Maybe you can play on rook d8. You can just take on c3, rook take d6, and rook
Rook c7.
c7.
Hmm.
And how do you protect your a7?
You can't protect the pawn. That's a very very useful
But maybe you
observation.
can keep the same idea. Play something like bishop e6, and you cannot take on a7. It's you protect in an indirect way the pawn, because you still have this threat with rook d1 and bishop c4.
Oh, after bishop e6.
Yeah, yes, you cannot take.
And bishop c4, and we win. So bishop e6. Yeah, still difficult. It's still difficult. Difficult one. I'm really curious to see how this one pans out.
So maybe the best thing to do. Oh, I don't see. Maybe after rook d8, rook takes c3, rook take d6. Maybe I can play just bishop e2, or I don't know.
Bishop
King.
e2, rook d2.
Not in this position.
Oh, in which position?
I mean earlier. Instead of playing rook c7 immediately, maybe I can play just bishop e2, or here, or
Hmm.
bishop c4, trying to go to a rook ending.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop c4 is the best try
Hmm.
for white.
Yeah, because you're saying that this rook ending
Should
is
be a
going to
draw.
be should be a draw, because if we get these changed, this construction is probably a draw. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. Okay, so that one likely to be a draw. This game, now this is unlikely to be a draw, in my opinion. Gledora Vikok. What actually happened here? So we saw around here rook f5, f6, okay, a4, undermining the knight. Takes white, wins back a pawn. So now material is equal. He doesn't take on e4 because he's worried about d6, so he goes rook f7, rook e1, knight d7, queen f3, knight f8. Looks as though white is making progress to me. Black is being uh, okay, h takes g5, possible.
Okay,
And
h5 is forced.
is forced. And the question is what now? The question is what now?
We can try to play something like rook a1, rook a6 to
I
add
like
an
that.
extra pressure on the d6 pawn.
But we're not. If we go rook a1, can he go queen takes e4 immediately?
You still have the problem on the d6 square. I don't think that you can take on e4,
No,
because
you
yeah,
might be right.
I think I take, and then bishop takes d6, and on rook d7 I can play. Yeah, I can take on c5, or I can play rook a6 first. Oh yeah, yes. No, yes, I'm
Totally.
sorry. Rook d7 I can just take, because my rook on f5 is protecting my d5 pawn. Sorry. So I think this is good for white.
Good for white, yeah. Could very well be. Agreed. Agreed. I think this is good for white. Difficult position for Vikuk. Very, very difficult position. Um, okay. Uh, okay. Well, let's see. I think Vikuk with major issues here. What about Lamy? Erwin desperate for a win after a difficult start in his tournament, lost 2 games already. Uh, he's going for it against Akash. This bishop, not exactly happy, blocked in. Erwin with h5, little bit of pressure here on the king's side.
How did black manage to get this position? Because I really, really like black position.
Mm-hmm. He managed to maneuver his knights. Look at this, backwards, going backwards with his knights, trying to trade one piece, which he does, and now he blocks the whole position with f5. I like this.
Right. E4 f5 is very good maneuver
Mm-hmm.
for black.
For sure.
Just
Yes.
the light white bishop. Is that the white bishop is just completely out of game.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice. E5 e4 f5.
Exactly. Yeah, and h4 is in the air. Lots of ideas are in the air. Do you now go h4 as white? That's a question. Do you now go h4 as white? I think you probably do, right?
Yeah, because black has to play queen h6 to protect h5.
Yes.
And here...
But now you give up this square. Oof. Difficult one to say, huh? Really hard to say. Really, really tough to say. I think black is better, but I don't see any. It's still not. There's still a long way to go here. Long way to go. So let's see if Erwin manages to do something there. In the Paul Vinicius Motilev game, wow, what? White is a piece down, but he hasn't got the pawn on b5. He sacrificed the piece in another way. How did he do that? King a2, rook here. Okay. What?
Knight takes d5.
This is an outrageous move. This is an outrageous move. Knight takes d5 here. What is this move here? Absolutely outrageous, this move. I have no idea what this move is about.
Okay, let's see. Knight takes
d5.
I had 3 ways to take the knights: c-pawn, e-pawn, and with my queen.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Knight takes d5.
I was thinking maybe queen takes, check.
This can't be the position. Is this an error?
I think
this an error?
It should be an error.
It just doesn't feel right. Can we get confirmation that this was the? I mean, this move is just so bizarre to me.
Maybe queen take f3. It's not possible. That's the move.
Totally. I mean, queen takes.
Check.
What's going on here?
I mean,
the move knight b5. I can understand because we've spoken about this a lot, right? but
Yes.
not.
Okay, maybe we can come back later. Maybe it will be. I
I
don't
don't
know.
understand.
I read. Me too. Me neither. I don't understand.
Incredible. All right. Um, let's go back to it, and we'll get confirmation. Meanwhile, what has Bartel done to his glorious position? We've got the king came into c4, rook f7, rook g8, bishop f6. We saw b6. Okay, rook takes h7, normal. d5, rook takes h5. White a pawn up. There was a check. Now the black rooks get active. b3 check, king b5. All fairly standard.
And c4.
c4 check. Why? And king b4. Maybe he missed this because maybe he was just analyzing king takes c4, and then you give checks, and then you win the a4 pawn by force like this. And yes, this might be a little bit of pressure for white. Even this, I'm not sure, but you're a pawn up and you run no risk. But king b4 might be a great. Uh,
Yeah. You go. You go. Black wants to get the a2 pawn,
exactly.
and they are using the c4 pawn as an umbrella to hide their king, to hide his king.
Indeed.
Okay, what happened after?
Incredible. Incredible.
Yes, rook h3, I guess. Check. No. What happened? Can you show us?
Yeah, so he went king b4. Sorry, king b4.
Rook b1.
Rook b1 check. King a3. Rook h3 check. Rook e3 takes, rook e1, and it's on black. And after bishop c5, I'm sorry, I'm very worried if I'm white in this position. Very, very worried. Extremely worried if I'm white in this position.
And look, I cannot play rook e2 to protect my a2 pawn because of rook f8. And your king, the white king, isn't safe at all.
Exactly.
So you will lose your a2 pawn, and then it will be a race. My h pawn, or the h pawn against the a pawn.
But the king can be used in the help of pushing these pawns. That's why I don't like it. I think white is seriously worse here. But it's difficult. Like if I push, and I do just push, it's also scary, right? I'm very
It's
quick.
for both.
Yeah, I'm very quick.
I guess maybe rook g6 with the idea if you play h7, I can play rook h6 checkmate. Almost checkmate. That's
Incredible.
fun. After rook g6, so maybe you have to play bishop g7?
So you mean after rook g6, bishop g7? Yeah.
Yes.
Now this is still a threat. Wow,
Okay.
it got incredibly complicated. It got incredibly complicated.
So maybe here I can play rook g4 or rook g5, rook g4 or rook g5, sorry, to play rook h5 or rook h4.
Yeah.
So you cannot play.
But then there's rook e5, rook g4.
Oh, rook
you can. Yeah, maybe rook g4 is better.
Rook g4 first.
Yeah. This is mate, by the way. This is just mate, by the way. Hilariously.
Yeah, I can play g3, of course. But okay,
incredible.
But moves have been played in the game.
Can
we have a look?
Yeah. Oh, we got a lot of so we got a trade. So rook e1, he went bishop g5 instead. Takes. Maybe he was worried about all of these endings, you know, with the bishop on f6. So he wanted to just trade it off. That also makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Wow.
And rook e2.
And rook e2. And we could get a repetition here. Just warning you. King b4, rook e4, king a3, rook e2. Oops, sorry, rook e2 is a legitimate repetition because you can't go here because I start going with my pawns. That is a legitimate repetition, Natasha.
Yes.
Um,
And it would be a logical result after the game, actually. Like both players
yes.
has had chances in this game.
Yes. Exactly. Um, so okay. Let's see what happens. In the stomach game, wow, things got bad for Finnick somehow. We last saw it around here, g6, f5. He came in with the rook. Okay, queen d8. And he allowed this. Yeah, this is
This is good.
dubious. Yeah, queen f3 is good. And this is good. Yeah, and now you're actually material down here. So Finnick is a whole pawn down. He's probably going to go c3 to try and get some activity. But is it enough? Takes. Maybe. Maybe. Could be. Could very well be.
Okay, but Finnick is only 40. He's 42 seconds, 40 seconds. He has less than 1 minute to play the last 12
Incredible.
moves. So it will be very complicated
Incredible.
for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to play c3. Oh, he played another move.
I played
He
queen
played
a5.
Queen b7. It's
Queen
forced.
b7. Yeah, but this was a bad decision, queen a5, because now after rook c7, you've got queen b6. And this is a bad ending for black. Very bad. You don't survive this ending, actually, because you're already a pawn down, 2 pawns on pre. I think your chances of surviving here are very, very small, objectively.
Okay, Queen b7,
Yeah.
Rook c7.
Queen b7, rook c7 on the board. You don't have to go queen b6, but you probably will, because what else? Because if you go check, king e7.
Yeah, now
You have to
Queen
go.
b6 is not the same. You're not attacking a6 and e6 anymore.
Right, right.
So better is Queen b6 immediately, and Queen b6 has been played. Maybe we can follow the next moves because Finnick has only a few seconds at the clock.
Let's have a look.
I think this
Queen b6 and rook takes b6. He will go king e7, I guess, here. Rook f6 is also possible attacking this pawn. Not clear. No, he does go king e7. And now if rook takes a6, he wants rook b8.
So first, I should play King d2.
Yes, I agree. I think you should play King D2 here first. And yeah, this is the king's going to sit on C3. Excuse me, C3. And yet, this is not really a pleasant position for black, to say the
Not
least.
at all.
No. Yeah, we'll see. By the way, in the Bartel game, we might just have some weird draw where, let's say, the rook comes behind the pawn, and you go king f3, and I go b2. This position is almost certainly a draw. This rook versus two pawns. It looks scary for black, but I think with this available, you can just start bringing the king back. And in fact, it's white that has to be very, very careful. You might have to do something like this to hold the draw. I actually think black is the one with the objective winning chances in this position here. I think objectively black is the one with the winning chances.
Yes, you have to play very precisely with white.
Precisely.
Precisely, yes. Because
And
if when the black king just try to come back to stop the white pawns, you have to use your king to prevent the black king to come back.
exactly.
So you have to put your king in the right square, and this is why you have to play precisely. If you go in the wrong square with your king, you may lose the game.
Exactly. So, Bartel, he'll be very disappointed if that happens. I'm still perplexed about this game. This move is still bothering me. There's been no more moves, so we're just going to wait to see.
I can't believe this move
I can't believe this move
had
either.
been played.
I just cannot believe that this is a real move. Knight takes d5.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the
Yeah,
broadcast.
yeah. I just don't believe that this move is real. So we're going to leave that game for the minute. What about the Akash game? He has gone rook c3, something similar to what we were looking at. He wants to push with c5, I believe, at the right moment. He's keeping his options open as well to be able to play down the c file. So that is something that is happening.
Wait, who's playing on the queen side? Black or white?
I think white is. I think white is for sure. Yeah. So rook c3. Still difficult, huh? For black to. He goes knight e7. Okay, preventing the moving. Well, potentially preventing the moving of the c pawn. The knight was also not doing anything on g6. This knight is not very good on h2, but it's protecting g4. Still a difficult position for white.
Yes.
But well,
we'll see how
we'll
white
see how it goes. Yeah,
will play. Yes,
we certainly will. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes.
Because I think it's black will just play queen g6, queen e8, and if the queen side open, if the position on the queen side opens, the white king is weak. So black wants to be ready to go into the white position with the rook.
Correct.
So that's why I was asking who's playing in the queen side.
No, it's a fair question. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe black is the one actually playing on the queen side.
Because now that the king side is closed, and also you can maybe think I don't think it's a good idea, but you also can play with king h7 in the right time. Maybe try to push g5, and but I don't think it's a good idea right now.
Agreed. Okay, let's come back to that complex position. What about this position here, Glidora Vikuk? Looks as though Vikuk has done well to get this position somehow. It's kind of unclear. I think white still has got decent practical chances because this pawn is so fast. But maybe Vikuk is objectively okay here. Possibly.
Okay, it's black to play. Can I take on b5? Should I be afraid of if after I played rook b5, bishop e7, d6, d7, d8? Okay, here I'd like to play bishop e7 for white.
You want to play bishop e7, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to find counterplay for black. The point is, if I play rook g4, you cannot play rook d2 because of knight f3 and knight takes d2.
Yes.
So
rook g4. Yeah, dangerous for Glidora, isn't it? This position still. I mean, it's so hard to assess this one because this is fast, but then this is fantastic counterplay.
And rook takes b5 is played, has been played.
Yeah, rook takes b5 has been played. Rook takes b5 has been played. Okay, so still some work to be done here for Glidora, that's for sure. In the main event, came a pawn down in an ending, and it looks like a pure pawn to me. And I think David Navarra is eyeing up a victory in this particular game.
Yes, and usually we say that when pawns are only in one side of the board, the knight is stronger than the bishop. So here you have only pawns on the king side, and you have a knight. You're a pawn up, and your knight may be stronger than your opponent bishop. So it's true, yes. David Navarro has excellent chances to win this game.
Correct. Okay, so f6. Okay. Yes, so f6 play. Yeah.
Yeah, move 40. Move 40 has been reached.
Yep,
this
indeed.
Game, so.
Let's look at this, because this is exactly the ending we were looking at, Natasha, in the last before the break.
Yeah, it's true.
So Wang Hao did go for this ending, and well, it is a pawn. It is a pawn, and it's an outside pawn as well. So I would take white here. Now, is it enough? Not sure.
I think everybody would take white in this position. Your opponent.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, of course you would take white here. What I'm trying to say is it winning? Like, let me ask you a question. No, is this a terrible? This is
I think yes, because you can have two passed pawn after g takes.
My let me just hold on. Let me just see here. Hold on 1 second. So my question here is that after e takes f4, g takes f4, is this a ridiculous idea to play like this? And the answer is almost certainly yes. This is not a clever idea to give white two pass pawns. Okay, forget that. That's just ridiculous. That's just
Okay,
completely ridiculous.
it was a good question.
I wanted to blockade the f pawn with the knight on f6, but it's not a good idea. It's
I
not a
think
good idea.
you have to keep this position like this. But it's just like I was wondering, after a move like king c7, can I play bishop f5 or not?
After king c7 straight away, bishop f5. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Oh, maybe you can play knight b8. No. Oh wait, now I can take off on f4.
You can, and if I take, oh, you win. Oh, you actually win.
Ooh.
That's funny.
I hope this won't happen in the game.
I don't think this will happen.
No, because yesterday we saw remember the trap with queen takes f3, and it
Yes,
happened.
and it did happen.
So maybe we have a power or something like this. So
It's true.
okay, yes, but I was thinking bishop king c7, bishop f. Oh, this move gives very good chances for white.
And it, after takes, knight here. I guess he'll go bishop d1, knight d5. This is what he wants to do.
f5.
He wants to provoke the pawns to the light squares. But why is this so good for white? a4. How do you get your king out? Are you going to come out like this? Sorry.
Yes.
Are you going to come out like this? Is that the idea? Could be
Yes.
the idea. That's,
Because after king a6, you cannot play king c6 because I play bishop f3, and I will give my bishop for your knight, and the pawn ending is easily winning for white.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes.
it might be the first win for Wangao
Could
in
be.
this tournament.
Yeah. And he needs it badly. Nguyen is trying something here against Shankland. I think it's a good try. But the problem is he can't cross. And this pawn is quite fast. His idea is he wants to go e5, takes and use the pawn as a shield. This is very clever. And try to run this. This is a very clever try by Nguyen.
And actually, you can also play king e6, no? Because if rook takes e4, you can take king. You can play king takes f6.
But after h5, you're too slow, right?
I'm too slow. Can I take on f6?
Well, I mean,
yeah, you can't take on e7.
e7, but I can move away.
You just move the king.
Yeah.
And if I go to g6, you make a check.
I can give a check here with easy draw.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his idea is to play e5, f takes e5, king e6, and give Sam some practical problems to solve. That's what I believe anyway. So
do we have the result of yesterday vote?
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know. We can ask perhaps you can ask Natasha while I talk. But remember, you can vote on your favorite game by going to the PragueChessFestival.com website. The votes are open for game of the day after 6 p.m. until 12 midday the following day. And there are also some problem solving competitions. So just make sure you check out the official website where you can get all of that information.
And so, for the second time, Bartel game has been is number one. Yesterday game against Stalmach.
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't yesterday. Sorry. No, yesterday it was Finek against Bartel.
Right. Yes. Well,
it was our choice, I think.
Yes.
Yesterday was.
Well, today he probably won't get game of the day. That's almost for sure, because it didn't quite turn out how it could have been.
It could have
I
been.
think now this is going to be a draw with various checks, or Peshak is going to try and come back with the king. But Bartel has correctly seen that this is going to be a draw, king g5, just shepherding the king, and king g6, and white is in time to make a draw here, which is very good, of course. Stalmach totally winning against Finek. Any rook move is good. Rook here or rook down the back to get active makes a load of sense. You're a pawn up. Rook e8 is coming. You've got the active king. This is weak. This is weak. This is a really, really bad ending for black. I do not expect Finek to save. We've had no moves in Vinicius Motilev, so I do believe there has been some kind of problem with the transmission, so we're going to have to leave that for the moment. Akash has managed to open the queen side, but Erwin has managed to also install a knight into d5, which is very, very useful, to say the least. I think black is in full control, basically, in this position here. I think black is really in full control. So he can enjoy that. Vikok did not manage to, it seems, find the right way. This rook a4 move looks a little bit strange, allowing this and this, and now the white pawn can push. I guess what Vikok is relying on is rook a1 threatening mate, but after king h3, is there mate here? It doesn't look like mate to me. Does not look like mate. Does not look like mate at all.
Yes, and okay, after check, I have an escape. I have an escape on g4, and for example, if you play knight h6 first,
in this
I
position.
guess. Yeah, maybe I can.
But now
just
I can block
my
the
bishop.
checks, right? Yeah,
Yes.
I can just go d7, maybe even, possibly.
Maybe g4.
G4. I'm going to run into I mean, I'm having to give up my bishop here. I'm probably still winning, ironically.
Yes, you are.
Just I blunder, but I'm still winning. So now I'm very, very skeptical about Vikok's position, because I think this pawn push is just very difficult, and you're low on time. Yeah, I don't believe that Vikok is going to hold this on low time. Win against Shankland is going to be a draw. Wang Hao pawn up. That's going to be forever. And we do have a victory in Dag against Robson. So after Queen F5, Queen F5 knight d6, there was a check, knight g6, rook b8, king g2, nice and solid, queen d6, queen f5. Now knight e7 is going to come, and queen h5 here. And now f4 with the idea of g5, Natasha. And that is going to be curtains. f4 with the idea of g5 is really, really going to hurt. That is going to be really, really tough for black. Yeah, there's just no way to defend against it, and that's basically what happened. King h7. f5.
Why not g5? Just, I'm curious.
You can take and then queen takes g6.
Oh,
Yeah. So f5, king g8, rook e6, putting on the pressure, knight e7, finally g5, and queen
rook
h8,
e2.
and Ray lost. Miserable game for Ray today. Miserable, miserable game. Looks like he got the kind of equality you expect out of the opening, but it was just not. It was just not
Yeah,
a
rook
nice
c8
game. Yeah,
was a big blunder.
yeah. Rook c8 was a huge blunder as well. So we've also had a draw in Hari Krishna Gelfand. No surprise there. We were saying how this particular ending, actually material balance is completely equal. Hari Krishna tried something, but actually it was never a serious opportunity, in my opinion. Um, so very, very well done by Hari Krishna and Gelfand. That was a good game. And
And
that's the state of things. Yes,
aren't
Lucia.
you surprised by Boris Gelfand's opening choice in this tournament?
A little bit. Yes.
It's a
There've been
very sharp lines
yes,
every day.
very provocative lines. Very provocative lines. Totally agree. Yes. I think it's been very interesting to see Boris play, of course.
Maybe he
Um,
just wants to enjoy his tournament, actually.
yes, yes, that's very possible, of course. Um, okay, where should we go to next?
Can we have a look on Wang Gao?
Wang Hao? Yeah.
Yeah, just
Okay. Let's see.
this
Wang
is the
Hao.
position we had, no?
This is exactly the position we had. You're right. This is exactly the position we had. And what do you think? Do you think Martirosian will make a draw here?
I don't think he will make a draw. I think that white idea is you push the a pawn, as you said earlier,
Mm-hmm.
I think in a4, and after I just take my king and try to go to the king side, and black will have to keep a piece to prevent the pawn from going to promotion,
Mm-hmm.
and white has very good chances to win this endgame.
Yeah.
And the knight doesn't like when you have pawn on both sides of the board, because
Exactly.
he needs many times to go from the right to the left and the left to the right, to the king side to the queen side, and to the queen side to the king side. So it is a big advantage for white, and I'm afraid it will be a winning advantage.
Totally agree. I think White's got great chances here. Very, very difficult position to play. And actually, one of the important things, of course, is that Black cannot liquidate these pawns on the king side now, right?
Mm.
So Black is just unable to liquidate these pawns, and as a result, White's going to push this. He's going to bring the king back. Yeah, it's very, very difficult. So we could get at least two decisive results in the main section, which we haven't had yet. And this one here by Vincent Kamer against Navarra, is Vincent holding? I like what Kamer has done here. Looks like it's going to be difficult to win this as well. This does look difficult, actually.
Yes,
This does look
the white bishop is keeping an eye on the e4 pawn. And if you want to, I would say, improve your position with black, you will need your king and your knight to attack, for example, f2, the f2 pawn. And the problem is you have to keep one piece in protection of the
Correct.
e4 pawn. So I think that white will stop moving. Maybe black can try to do something like knight b5, knight d6, f5, something like this. No, what do you think?
Yeah, but then what? If I take and you take, and I don't know, put my bishop somewhere like. Oh, you want to push the h pawn? I see what you mean.
I can try, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually try that. That's not a ridiculous thing at all. That's not ridiculous at all. Um, so yeah, yeah, still Vincent has to make the draw here. Okay, he plays bishop h7, and the thing is, David Navarre, he's not going to accept a draw quickly. He's going to try and find a way here to prolong this. So we're going to have two long endings in this game here. Unfortunately, we're going to have two long endings. What else is going on? Owen Lamy is really putting the pressure on Akash. I really love how he's playing. And he was the one playing on the queen side, as you correctly said. So a5. And what do you do here? Actually, white's pieces are completely, there's really poor coordination, right? The white pieces are really poor. These guys, they're not working with each other. They're not talking to each other very well whatsoever.
And the knight on d5, it's just, how to say, it's a monster.
Yeah, it is a monster, exactly.
It is a monster. I keep in control the bishop in a2, attacking e3, so the knight on f1 cannot move at all. And
Yeah.
it is a real monster. I think that white has to take on a5, then, I don't know, play rook b2, king g2. No, it's too difficult because black can play also. You cannot play king f2 because after you have knight, there is
There's
knight
always knight
g4.
g4. Yeah, this is
It's a very nice game.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult.
Very difficult for white, and
Very difficult for white.
And I really like the reaction of Erwin Lamy after his game of yesterday, after yesterday's game. It's very how he managed to how he's playing this game is very nice. A very nice mindset.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, what else is happening? We've reached move 40 here. This game we don't know about. We did have a draw in Beshek Bartel, as expected. Finek did lose as well. That is official. So the young Finek, after a great start, loses against the older compatriot, Richard Stalmack. Good result for Stalmack. Gledora has pushed the pawn, and they are on move 40. This is a position where Jan Vikok will invest a lot of time because he has to calculate all the variations with the rook a1 to make sure he doesn't lose. Kama against Navarro also move 40. We did get a draw in win against Shankland. Wang Hao trying to win it with an extra pawn against Martirosyan. That game's going to go on for a while, and we already know results of two other games. So I think that's a good time again on the hour for us to have a small break, Natasha, because we've got a long way to go. We're going to have some very, very long endings today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Still a lot of decisive results yet to come, in my opinion. So it's going to be a good day of fighting chess. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political actions will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
well, it wouldn't be such a bad plan to beat young guys, but usually it's pretty difficult. I am not sure, but today my task was twice difficult because I think the game for the prize for the best game of the round is cursed. Usually the one who was getting it, if I remember correctly, had a huge troubles the next day. And in 2019 I won the first game with Pragnananda, and the next day I got a prize. I got smashed in round 2 by Alexei Shirov, who later told that I played this game as an idiot. And in 2020 I think I beat Nijat Abbasov in a quite nice game, but the next day Kacper Piorun beat me, so I was pretty scared that it might be the case today as well. And the other problem was that I woke up today at 6 in the morning, what is not so typical for a chess player. I didn't know what to do, so I went running at 7:30. I even met David Navarra, who was going for a walk. Well, that was not a very promising start of the day. I mean, not the meeting of David, but the waking up so early. Well, I thought that I am completely out of everything. But the only positive thing was that I noticed that my young opponent has a very narrow repertoire and quite suspicious, because it's nothing wrong to have a narrow repertoire, but to have some narrow and suspicious is a bit too much. So even preparing like 30 minutes, because somehow I didn't find more time, I found some challenging line and everything appeared on the board. So I was very lucky, because usually when you prepare for 30 minutes you get nothing, and I got very promising position. In a moment when Václav played a weak move, which probably was knight e2 to f4, I was already like 1 hour more on the clock and with very easy positions. So that was very fortunate. And later the position was very easy to play. It played by itself. I would just developed my pieces, collected one pawn, another pawn, and he just resigned. So it was well, everything played very easily. So yeah, I'm very happy with that, but well, I don't know how long it will last.
Yeah, I suspected I was probably better, but this his pieces harmonize really well. Like this knight on c6 is like indestructible, defending everything, and I can't attack it. And his light squared bishop also, I mean, I can't exchange it, and it's also very powerful. So yeah, he kind of had a fortress. I had to try to break through somehow. I mean, I don't know if I played the best way, but at least what I did was logical, I think, trying to put the rook on the b file. And then he exchanged, and we went to this later endgame where it's again very close. Like I can't tell. I just know I'm pushing for free, and maybe I will break through, maybe not. I think it was very tense until even after the time control. We were thinking after the game probably he should have played a5 at the end after I played like bishop e3, and we might have got a rook versus bishop endgame, which we both weren't sure during the game if it's winning or not. Instead, he let me keep the rook and bishop on both, and I think that endgame was just winning. So overall, I'm happy. It was a very tough game, so I'm glad that I was actually able to get the win in the end. I mean, they look comfortable, but I'm still making some silly mistakes in every game, which makes my life just like a little bit harder than it needs to be. So, but the results are definitely fine. Yeah, I was happy I didn't have to play in black today, but I guess it's coming again tomorrow, so have to look forward to that. But so far, it's gone well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is live coverage of round four of the Prague Chess Festival. We've had a few results come in. Before we go back to the games that are still live, we do have a guest in the studio. Delighted to be joined by the one and only Hari Krishna. Harry, lovely to see you. Um, you had a fascinating battle today with Boris, which ended in a draw, but there were many, many moments of interest in this game. Tell us firstly, are you satisfied with the result? Do you think things could have been different? And if so, where?
Well, I think the idea was quite interesting. I don't remember the move, but probably A3 is the
Hmm.
not exactly a new move in correspondence chess, but a new move uh, in over the board. And I looked at these ideas. My second was helping me. Of course, he showed this idea, and I do remember that e5 was not the best move.
Hmm.
I just couldn't recall why. Maybe it is good, I just don't know. I think queen c2 is right, knight e2.
Yeah, so this just for the people that have just joined the broadcast, incredible concept here that black is a piece up, but you can take this time out because both pieces can't be defended. Black now gives back the piece, gets a pawn, and is able to install the knight on d4. Queen c3 is all right. And now you were probably analyzing this move, queen
Yeah,
d5.
yeah, yeah. Queen d5 is the main continuation here, and bishop d3 and so on. So okay, it's a long theory.
Hmm.
After e5, I guess bishop d3 is the move. I'm not sure actually now,
Hmm.
and just to castle short and play for f4.
Yeah.
um, I think this should be the way, and it's also more logical because since e5 has been played, f4 should give um, some kind of break.
Right.
And later on, it was I don't know. I wouldn't say it's forced draw or something like that, but the play became quite forcing actually, and
Yeah.
perhaps we missed many chances. Of course, here queen b6 was another interesting move for black here, and I guess bishop to c4, c5, rook e1, and something like this.
Hmm.
It's around equal.
Hmm.
But queen g5 is nice, and king b1. So king a2, yes, uh, bishop e6 check, and king a1 is another option here.
Hmm.
And we were analyzing bishop to d5 and bishop c4, queen g2, or something like this. I'm not sure if it's all maybe a lot of mistakes. Yeah, and short long castle.
Says it's losing here.
It's losing because of rook e5,
Take,
bishop c4,
just
and knight
takes.
e6,
Queen a6.
king b8.
And bishop d6 apparently is.
Ah, king a8 and rook
Queen
a5.
take, no, queen takes c. Oh, sorry,
No,
it's
no,
flipped
no.
to ended. Rook. Wow, look at this one, Harry. That's one for the.
And rook c8 and then rook a5, because I saw this motif, but I saw after rook a5, rook d5. Okay, yeah, that's
That's
it.
very nice. That's a lovely
Actually,
tactic.
it's still not over. Queen f2 and bishop c5, I think, is the move.
Well, no, now you have mate.
No, 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 no. Rook c8, rook a5,
Oh,
and
oh, sorry, yeah. Rook c8, rook a5. Yeah, queen f2 and bishop c5, exactly. Also, bishop g3 apparently,
queen e3.
and rook d7, and you just
Ah, yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, this is. I should have played this move actually. King a1.
instead of bishop c4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop c4. I missed queen g4. I think this is
good
really.
move, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is just. I mean, the game is ending towards a draw here, I think. Yeah, rook c1. Uh, Probably h3 was also possible, but the position is around equal.
Hmm.
Queen e5, knight c1, rook c1, and
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
just
I
all
think this is
force.
all forcing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just looking at this ending and not really too much to discuss here. This should just be a draw, basically.
Yeah, I
There's
think this is a draw, but White should be careful not to fall into some kind of g5, g4, rook h6,
mm-hmm,
or let's say rook e1, rook g1, and things like that. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Were you surprised he didn't go g5 here
Yeah,
then?
I was actually. I should have played maybe just bishop c4,
h4.
h4 first, and to h4, g3, and finish.
Put the bishop here and put the yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This
on
is the best. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually a small. I'm surprised Boris didn't play g5 because it's so thematic to play this
Yeah,
move.
yeah. I
And
think
you have
G5 keeps some chances. I believe here.
yeah, yeah, interesting. So he
Yes.
played king c6,
Yeah. Now
bishop e2.
White is quite okay because of this tempo bishop e3, and now G5 is not possible because I just take
Exactly,
it. Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
And
We were. I mean, if I get G3 h4, maybe some chance, but still, it's nothing.
yeah. Okay, interesting concept in the opening. I think we'll see a few more tests of this move. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the tournament, Harry, you are
Four
on
draws.
50%, four draws,
Yeah.
solid in your mature years. Uh, how have you how would you assess your performance in general with the four draws?
I had interesting games, and but okay, it's a strong event, and um, all the players are playing quite solid, so it's not easy to win a game.
Yeah.
But 5 games remaining, I will try my best to win some games. So we will see.
Yep, you still have every chance. Big win today for Deak against Robson. Things
Yeah.
went horribly wrong for Ray at some point
Yeah,
in that
it
game.
seemed like quite an easy. I mean, it's the Um, I mean, people used to joke that Rookie One is played to equalize or something like that. But I don't know. H6 move, usually G6, Knight G7 is what they do.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure if Bishop F5 is even needed.
Hmm. Yeah, no, Ray
Yeah,
got into.
this looks unpleasant. The moment you have to play F6 and also exchanging Bishop G5 makes no sense.
Hmm.
Like you would want to keep this bishop, and White would make all the effort to play bishop e5 and bishop f6. So why would you play bishop g5? Yeah.
Exactly. Agreed. Yeah, so an unpleasant loss for Ray. And it looks as though Wang Hao is going to beat, Wang Hao is going to beat Martirosyan.
Yes, I think this is winning. Yeah.
The king just comes over. We felt like Wang Hao was going to win today as well. Martirosyan just got a way too passive position. He had to play razor tight sort of accuracy to hold, but almost
Actually,
impossible.
the same opening happened in round two, I believe, against
Very
Boris
similar.
Gelfand, and Wang Hao went bishop g3. Boris went bishop d6, and it was nothing special.
Yeah,
But bishop g3 seems like good idea.
yeah. Little bit of pressure there for sure.
Yeah.
So that will mean that
And what happened to David actually?
David is still playing, sorry, against Vincent. He's
This
trying
is
to
some chance.
some chance here. He's going to play for 1,000 moves here potentially, but
Okay, I don't feel sorry for you.
no. It's not for me. It's not for me. It's for it's for the fans.
Yes.
There's a lot of moving around. At some point, David will have to make a move, a pawn move, because actually we're already 22 moves in.
Well,
So
basically, he would like to put the knight on c5 and bring the king around.
mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And to go king to e1 and then some kind of knight d3. I mean, it's this is one idea, but if you play h5, it's not not too much, yeah, because then you are exchanging this g4 pawn.
Right.
Practically, that's maybe the best way, best option for black, to put knight on c5.
Yeah, he's had the knight there already. Well, maybe not actually. Maybe the knight hasn't been on c5 yet. So we'll see. So for David Navarra, who would join the lead if he wins this. By the way, he would be
Yeah,
into
anyone wins a game joins the lead here.
yeah, almost. That's true. It's such a
Yeah,
tight group.
yeah.
All right, Harry. Thanks so much
Thank you.
for your time. Good luck
Thank you.
tomorrow. We'll follow your game, of course, and hopefully see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harry. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round four coverage of the Prague Chess Masters and Challengers. We've just seen Harry Krishna in the studio. Very nice to see Harry. Had a very interesting game against Boris. Some more tests in that line will be needed. It was a draw. Since then, some big developments. Wang Hao has got a completely winning position against Haik Martirosyan. In fact, the knight is trapped, and I believe that Haik will resign very, very soon. Uh, I don't see a way for, with this king so far away, to stop the king coming in. Eventually, you'll go bishop e6 and displace the knight. So, big win today for Wang Hao. He desperately needs that. And as Harry was saying also, that David Navarro still has got chances here against Vincent Kema. He's going to put the knight on c5 and try and walk in. And uh, Vincent needs to find um, a way to deal with that if he's going to hold the draw. Gladura has got a fantastic position against Vikuk in the challenges. He's managed to push the pawn. Rook c8 is a threat, and it just looks visually, it just looks terrible for Vikuk. Another position that looks very bad is Akash's position against Erwin Lamy, who has been keeping control for a while now. Beautiful coordination of the black pieces. This pawn, very, very weak. Fully expect Erwin to put on maximum pressure here. For a long time, we didn't have access to the Motilov game. Looks as though this probably is going to be a draw, because I guess Motilov can give up this knight for the pawn, and white won't be able to win with an extra piece because this black king will be too active. But you never know. It depends. And we've already had the two results: Stalmak beating Finek and Bartel beating Peshak, which is, of course, very, very nice indeed.
It was a
So,
draw.
It was
Bartel
a draw.
against Bishop. Yeah, it was a draw.
Yeah, Bartel against Bishak was a draw, exactly. So we've got 3 games left in the challenges, and we've got just 1 game left in the main event. We do, in fact, have a result. Martirosyan has resigned against Wang Hao. Absolutely no chance to save that. So only 1 game left. Nguyen Shanklin was a draw as well. We expected that was a draw a while ago. That was pretty straightforward. Kmar Navarra then, this position here. We will come back to that to see if we get any progress. Let's stay with this game. Gledora against Vikuk. Rook c8 has just been played. Knight f7 is the only legal move here, I guess, to stay on the board. And now I guess the idea for Gledora is just to march the pawn up the board. And how do you stop it? How do you stop this move? Looks impossible to me. Any thoughts here, Natasha, on how to stop this move?
I have no idea. I think it's just hopeless for black, actually.
Yes,
This position is just hopeless.
does look hopeless, actually. This position does actually look hopeless here.
You can also play something like bishop c5, bishop e7.
Yeah, you can do that. This is just so simple, though, isn't it?
Yes.
This is just so simple.
I mean, after a move like rook a2, you just play bishop c5, threatening bishop e7, and the game is already finished.
Yeah. Yeah, I give Vikuk 0 chance in this position here. Just 0. He played bishop g3 instead, though, Gledora. Don't mind this move. Actually, he's threatening bishop c7 straight away. Actually, that might cause resignation, because I don't see a move here for Vikuk, as it turns out. Yeah, I don't see a move here at all for Vikuk here. Very difficult position.
Could we come back to
Yes.
the
Which game
Masters?
The Masters, we only have
Yeah. Oh,
this
it's
game left.
yes, Kmar Navarra. So it seems
Yes.
that David Navarra didn't find the ID, or he decided not to play the ID with knight c5 and
Yeah,
bring the king to e1. I was thinking
correct.
after knight c5, maybe white has to come back with the king on g2, f1, and try to prevent
Stop the
the
king.
black king. Yeah, stop the black king. Something like this.
Makes total sense.
So you said that 22 moves had.
Yeah, so we last had a pawn move on move.
I see g5.
Yeah, 42.
42.
Yes.
So we're going to 92. Is that?
92 would be a draw without a pawn move. Yeah, we've still got a long way to go.
Of course.
So we'll see. But yeah, still some work to do there for Vincent Kmar. Paul Vinicius has put the bishop on a5 here.
Can we go back to the game? We
didn't really see it, did we?
Yes.
He did go knight b5, so that's being
He played.
corrected now.
Great.
Yeah. So knight b5 is, yeah, this is a move, isn't it? Knight b5. So takes, rook b7, b6, and he gave back the piece immediately. He had no interest in doing this. And queen a6 is an interesting Zwischenzug. And black took here. Now, why would you take back? Why Why
Can I
wouldn't you
take the
take
rook?
here?
Okay, maybe queen e8. Okay, I can play queen b5. I don't understand this.
This is so surprising. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe it is another problem of.
He missed rook c7. It's the only explanation. He probably thought that actually this was the only move, and then that this is actually an easy win because the pawn pushes and the bishop comes in. But he missed rook c7. That's the only explanation. And it looks as though you can play bishop takes a5 here, but now you've got the move queen c8, and this must be the tactic.
Yeah, but even I mean, after bishop takes c5, you just take the rook. You're an exchange up. I don't see
Yeah, it's very
with a
strange.
very very good position
Yeah, it's very,
for
very
white.
strange.
Why would you take
And
such a risk?
I don't know. I don't know. Big miscalculation by Paul Vinicius. And now after this, he tried this, and this did happen. He probably still thought this was good, but d4, great move by Motilov
Yes, the idea is to if you take no and
to
then you
allow
have
this.
the d5 square for your knight.
Yeah, exactly. So that just can't be done. So d4, bishop d2 takes, bishop takes, knight f6, king b3, knight d5, bishop d2, okay, king g7. Yeah, and now we get more or less the position that we have with some trades. Still a bit dangerous, yeah, because I am going to probably queen this pawn, and you've got to be certain that you save the king side, save on the king side. Um, so still not straightforward to me.
Oh.
Uh, so yeah, work to do. I don't know the best way here for black. Way too complicated. And Motilov's only got 8 minutes. Not a pleasant situation if you're black here to hold this position.
Oh, yeah,
This is
if it was what white to play, they would play bishop d8, I think.
if it was white to play. Yeah, so bishop d8 with c7, that's very nice. Mm-hmm. That's a very nice touch. Uh, and yeah,
So maybe I cannot play any moves because if I play h5 or a5, if bishop d8 is already closing the discussion,
yeah. So what are you supposed to do? Knight e7,
I don't know.
force c7, and then go king e6. But you're not going to survive here. You're going to be in Zugzwang here. You're going to get Zugzwanged. Knight c8 and then bishop b4 at some point, and it's going to be a Zugzwang. At some point, you will have to move the knight, and even if you manage to create a passed pawn, I don't think you save this position. Well, maybe you do. Maybe you have to be super precise. Maybe you have to be super precise. Maybe it's just way too deep, this position, and I'm just not giving it the respect it deserves. Probably. Okay, so in that case, then there are going to be some chances because it looks as though there is real accuracy that's required. Glidora has won. Yeah, after bishop g3, it doesn't surprise me at all that Vikuk resigned here. Totally standard that happened. So big win, bounce back win for Glidora. This position is much easier to digest. Horrible position for white. Absolutely horrible. The knight is coming to g4 with check. There's the pin down here. I think you have to go bishop a2. Something like knight g4 check. Oops, excuse me. Knight g4 check, king e2. Now what can you do? You can even give a check here. Gross. What a
Wait, you
gross.
can take on b1.
You can
No,
take on
like
b1
on b1 and knight c3.
and knight c3. Well, or you take here first. You
Is
mean
it working or not?
you take here first
Yes, let's try.
and knight
And knight
c3.
c3.
And
Wait,
then the
I have to be
pawn.
very careful with the.
Mhm. You're just in time.
Just in time.
Catch. Yeah. No, but this is really not what you want. And poor Akash, he had the winning position yesterday against Motilov, and now he's at this really difficult position today. Really tough, really difficult. And well, I don't expect White to survive. I'll say it like that. I do not expect White to survive this position. No way. So okay, so Rook A B7. Tough position for Akash. Tough position for Motilov as well. Maybe Motilov will lose and the saving of yesterday will not be enough. Okay, so actually Navarro managed to get in f5. So he got his pawn move in here because the bishop departed and knight e8. Interesting. Navarro wants to put the knight on d6 before capturing the pawn, or he's going to put the pawn on h5. Still difficult for Vincent Koenig, in my opinion. Yeah, very difficult. Also, he has only 9 minutes. Yeah, making a draw here is not the easiest task in the world, that's for sure. This is not an easy task at all. Knight d6 has been played, so we'll see how Vincent plans to defend there. Knight d2 in the Akash game. That's a really horrible move to play because now
knight g4 and knight takes e3.
I guess this knight is good enough, or you use the other knight. I'm not sure. Whatever, whichever knight you like. I don't believe White saves this position. And yeah, miserable position. Paul Vinicius, bishop a5, Motilov down to 1 minute 30, which is, of course.
And he played king e6.
And king e6. King e6. That's the move that I thought he would play. So after c7, knight e7, king b6, he has to be careful not to get into this because we can see the bar shoot up. But I have a feeling that we're going to get this exact position. This is the most human way to play.
I don't think that there is any other options for black. Moves are forced. Like c7, the only way to prevent promotion is to play knight e7. You cannot play king d7 because the knight is hanging. So c7, I said c7. You have only one move, knight e7. You cannot play king d7 because king takes knight d5.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have no choice. And then
you
king
have
b6.
to go to this. Yeah, and this will happen. I'm almost certain. And this position, Motilov might think he can make a draw here because if he can create a passed pawn, maybe there's something going on. Bishop d8 by Paul Vinicius, but this is a bit strange because now when you go c7, king d6.
King d7. Yeah, you cannot move your bishop anymore.
Yeah, so let's say I move the knight somewhere like f4.
Okay.
What does he why does he want to put the bishop on d8? I don't know. Uh,
And I
very, very.
can't play c7 because after king d7 and knight e6,
Yeah, you completely lose
I
the
have
advantage.
problems. So
Indeed.
maybe I have to come back with my bishop after I move like.
Um,
Can I play bishop a5? Do I
knight
have
f4,
time to?
knight f4 played. We'll see.
Can I
We'll
go back?
see. He might go back, but this is a very strange move to me. Bishop d8, maybe a tired move. Could be a tired move.
Yeah, the games are very intense.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so can you just?
Yeah.
I would just like to see what happened if I play bishop a5 with
In this
white.
position,
Yes.
but it's strange,
Oh,
no, to play bishop a5 here, don't you think?
I just wanted to see if
You've just gone
black
you're
can take on h3
on
or not.
h3. Oh, I see.
Maybe try something like king b6,
Looks very dangerous.
but the knight is back
Knight is
in
back.
time.
Yeah, and this is a much better version for black, of course.
Yes.
Of course. So, yeah, this is well, very, very, very unusual. We'll see what happens there. In the Kmar game, we do have this king h2 on the board. If knight takes f5, you can't take, right? That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's obviously losing. So Kmar's idea is he just wants to stand something like this, and he's gonna say that black cannot get orchestrated quick enough here, which is then he wants to attack this pawn. That's what he wants to do. So the drawing mechanism, he wants to keep pressure on this e4 pawn, and he believes that this position is just a draw, that black cannot actually make progress here, which is certainly possible. Very, very possible.
Yes, it
Okay.
will be a very long game, I think.
Yeah, g4 play, but no, g4. Hold on, g4. Oh no, yeah, it will be a long game. You're right, because it's going to come to the same thing. So we'll just keep an eye on that. That could go on actually for another hour. Be prepared. Bishop takes d5 in the Akash game does not change anything. Erwin will recapture, protecting his rook. The pawn on a5 will fall, and I don't expect Akash to make a draw here at all.
It is very complicated. Your black is 2 pawns up.
Exactly.
So it's almost impossible for white to make a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Uh,
Can we go to
yeah,
Motilev game?
Motilev. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we have this position here. Paul Vinicius is
After just after knight f4, can you just show us what happened?
so
I'm sorry.
knight f4, king b6 was played,
Okay.
and now we came back checking king b7 and king e5.
And
Feels as though
c7 isn't an option in this
no,
position?
I think if you go c7, you just take, and if
Bishop
takes,
takes, king
king
d4.
this way. Let's say this, and you go after this pawn. Got to be careful. Maybe this is losing. Oh, check and f6. Oh, and you lose. So there are
Maybe you
still
can go behind instead of king g3, king g2.
king g2.
No,
But
this
h4
is king
and
h3.
bishop
Yeah.
d8. No, 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 no,
Okay.
no, no, no,
So
no, no,
not
no.
this way.
This is definitely not the way. This is definitely not the way. Oh, what happened there? I accidentally added a line. So,
Yes, knight e3, f4, f5. So you don't have any other problem, and then you can go to.
yeah.
So how do you make progress with white in this position?
Well, I don't know. It's very,
Because
very
now
difficult.
black is threatening to play king f4 and
Hmm.
king takes f3.
Probably he's going to go here to stop that.
Okay, king f5.
King f5.
Bishop d2.
Hmm. No, this is different now because my bishop controls some squares.
Yeah, and so you have to come back with black playing king e6, knight e7, and
Yeah, but no, this is totally different because black hasn't got the active king.
yeah, the king is too far.
It is, yeah. It's too much. Okay, good.
So yes, the only chance for Motilev is if Kultinevicius plays c7. Otherwise,
Yeah,
after bishop g5, white will win. White will probably win.
okay. Yeah. Okay, interesting. One person who's almost guaranteed a victory is Owen Lamy. Akash's position has not gotten better, although Owen still needs to find the breakthrough. Probably g5 is the way to break through. And after takes to come king g4. That's probably the way.
Mm.
And I don't see, any defensive resources here for Akash. His a pawn, the rook is nice here, but there's no way to actually do anything with that. Okay. Uh,
Rook b7 has been played in Akash
Rook
Erwin Lamy
b7.
game.
Interesting. I think it's fine. I don't get it. This move I really don't get. Why would you b7 here? To provoke a6 and then do this so that knight b4 comes? It's possible. Very possible.
Yes. And how do you protect your pawn with white? How do you do?
Uh, well, you can't if you push the pawn. That's why Akash is thinking. He's thinking, do I have an alternative to a6? But he's only got 1 minute.
Yes, has to take a decision, but look, I'm threatening also rook b4 and attacking the knight
Mm,
and the d4 pawn
that's
behind.
true, actually. So he goes rook a4. Okay. This is obviously a fine move. Now Erwin will put the king on e6. This is Erwin style, trust me. He puts the king back here. He wants to make sure that he doesn't have, yeah, and king e6 plays. Erwin doesn't want to make sure that he makes a big mistake here and loses. Because there's still a very small chance that you lose this position. Uh,
Maybe we can go to Poltinevicius against Motsilev.
okay, yeah. Wow, okay. Looks like an improvement for Motilev. Paul Vinicius has just not been able to find a way to put maximum pressure on. And yes, uh, yes, things are certainly looking
Yeah, maybe it will be a draw because I'm threatening
looking
to
difficult.
play king e3 with black.
Hmm.
So I don't know how can you do what you can do with white to prevent king e3.
I don't think you can do anything.
You don't have time to go for the d5 knight
No.
because after a move like king a6, I just play king e3, king b5, king takes a3, and after a move like, oh, maybe I can play king c5 actually. Oh, king c5, I can just come back, king e4, king
Hmm.
e4, and I protect my knight.
Yeah, I think this is very close to being.
And does black has winning chances in this position or not at all?
No.
I mean, if I hit your f3 pawn and push my f pawn,
Maybe,
can I
maybe. I
hope
mean,
for winning chances?
maybe you have to be a bit careful here as white. But white can play f4 here. It's a big move. And if takes, I can take. This is a really big move. He goes c7 immediately. So now he's relying on the fact that after takes, king e3, king d7 is going to make a draw, which it
King
probably will,
d3. Can I try
and
in?
king f6. Yeah, this is going to make a draw because after g4, you can go king takes f5 and
Yes.
draw. Yeah, and we're going to get some variation of that, basically. We're going to get some variation of that. And
It's the second time that Motilev finds very nice resources in almost losing position.
Exactly.
So he is a very strong opponent. I mean, like even if you are winning against him, you still have to win the game.
Exactly.
He's fighting very, very hard. You need to deserve to win your game against Alexander Motilev.
You have to. Yeah. I mean, he's been a top player for years, so with reason. Um, very, very tough to beat. Akash, rook a4 on the board. c5. Very classic stuff by Lemmy. He's going to win the a pawn. And I think he's going to have 3 extra pawns. Yeah, I see Akash resigning soon, actually, not trying to fight this position. He has 1 minute left, 3 pawns down. Not too interesting, I would say. Has Navarro made any progress? The answer is no. Vincent managing to hold position here very cleverly. Um, may just be a draw.
I don't see how black can improve the position.
Yeah, well, I was going to say king d5, and if he tries to come round, but maybe you just can't. Maybe you just can't. Because the bishop sits on b7, you move.
And actually, just when you move your king, if I play king bishop e6, your knight cannot move anymore.
Ah,
Is it possible just to play like
that's
this?
very clever. Yes.
Okay, but wait, maybe king d2 is king d2 and trying to play with g3.
So is this position a draw? That's the question.
Yeah,
Is
and
this
you can play bishop c4 check.
Bishop
Bishop
c4
c4
check,
first, yeah. Bishop c4 check. King
and
e1.
then
You
go
can
back. Oh, you even lose. Look at this. Holy smokes.
checkmate.
Oh
Wow.
no. If that happened, that would be, honestly, that would be
No, it's
so.
impossible.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, I know nothing is.
It's not
Of
impossible.
course. Well, I can't believe that David Navarro will fall into this trap.
Very, very. Yeah.
But yeah, bishop c4, king e1, and you come back to e6, and
Yeah.
maybe I can play h2. Bishop takes, king takes, f2.
Yeah. Also possible. Also very possible. Um. Well.
Okay, but after bishop, I think after bishop c4 check, king e1, you just go back to d5. No, you can play bishop
Yes.
d5.
Yes. This is the way to make the draw. And this h2.
I hit h2, and then I take on.
But then I take. Oh, and this
I
is.
take e4.
This is a draw, yeah, because you control here. Yep, agreed. We're going to get something like that in this game. Bishop c6 is on the board. King d3 will be played. And we're going to get a variation of that. Actually, he makes a draw immediately. Look. Look, he makes a draw immediately.
Yeah, you're right. It's much easier than.
He just makes a draw immediately now. Oh, wow. So Vincent doesn't
And
even
now,
have to work too much.
so bishop b5.
Yes. And there's no way for Navarro to keep the pawn. So David didn't find even a way to put minimal pressure on Vincent. Yes. And now David will repeat. He might try some king e2 or king e1, but it's still a draw. You know, you never win this. Of course. Yeah,
No.
it's just a stone draw now. So a very nice uh, hold for Vincent Kema, securing the half point. He's going to be very happy with that. Meanwhile, Lamy, total control against Akash. Not really sure why Akash is playing on. I mean, it is a rook ending, but it's three pawns.
I think
We
he will
did,
resign very soon.
yeah,
And draw.
we did get a draw here exactly in Paul Vinicius. Pretty standard, just another way to make the draw. And that means that the games are coming towards an end. So, wow, okay. Uh, that means in the Masters today we had three draws, two wins for the first time, two decisive results. Wang Hao winning, Dayak winning, a good day for White today. Good save there by Kama. It's been a good day for White everywhere. Gladura win, and also Stalmak win. So bunch of White wins today. We are going to get one Black win, and in fact, Akash did resign. So that is it. It's over, just like that. Um, Natasha, a flurry of finishes towards the end there. Remember, guys, you can vote on your favorite game of the day by going to the Prague Chess Festival website. All the details are there. And of course, you can solve some problems if that's your sort of thing as well. Well, Kmar play. Sorry, David Navarro tried King E2. Kmar will take on E4, but Kmar is
G3 and then it will be draw.
probably G3. He might try H3. Yeah, it's typical David Navarro. He wants to try this, but now Kmar is going to put the bishop on D5, I guess, and then put it on E6. Okay,
Maybe he
so it's
wants to try something with yeah, bishop d5, knight f5, bishop e6, and there's nothing. There's nothing for black.
yeah. There really is nothing for black here. Yeah.
So, Lawrence,
Yeah.
tell me,
Tell me. Yes.
what is your favorite game of
Of
today?
today. Good question. My favorite game for today. Hmm. I think Stalmack had a nice game, but okay, but also Finnick I don't think played incredibly well. Uh, Wang Hao somehow Wang Hao for putting on pressure in a tricky position. Wang Hao, Wang Hao, I'll say. Uh, Wang Hao deserves a win. He's had a tough tournament so far, and he really did well in this technical position here, where he had a little bit of pressure, here to win this position against a player like Martirosyan is very, very good. So I'm going to go with Wang Hao as my favorite game. My favorite victory. Maybe it wasn't the best game, but it's my favorite victory.
Okay, okay, it's a very nice game. It's a very nice. I really liked too how he managed to make progress in this position with white. It's quite impressive actually to find a way
For
to,
sure.
I don't know how to say, to just to win in this. You have a slight advantage, and little by little you find a way to win your game. Me, as
Go
the
on,
question
tell me.
is
Yeah.
which one is my favorite game and not which one is the most beautiful game.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like usual. I really like the game, even if it ended with a draw. Um, Bartel Pichak.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this game. Like, uh, Okay, black opening's choice was a little bit surprising, and white managed to have a very nice position with attacking chances and sacrifice, and suddenly we thought that black could win, and it ended with a draw. So I like it's like I like when you have suspense until the end.
There was a lot of suspense. You are right.
And I think this is what I like when I watch chess broadcast, when I watch chess tournament. I like it's when you never know what will happen, actually, until the end. You have to stay until the end to be sure of the result.
Absolutely. Yes, you do. Um, okay, so nicely done. Okay, H3 on the board. The game has not finished effectively just yet. Uh, I don't know what Vincent is thinking about here exactly. White really only has one logical move, which is to play bishop d5 to threaten bishop e6. So I wonder what Vincent is calculating after bishop d5. Is he calculating this position and thinking that, okay, yes, I got to be a little bit careful because if I just pass, can black do something like this? But no,
I
it's
played just
just a
king
draw.
h1.
It's just a draw anyway. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And bishop d5 finally played. And David
And
will not
can
take
I try
time
to
here.
play for a win with? Okay, it's completely stupid, but I don't know if black plays. I don't know, king e1, for example. Can I play e4 and hope like a move like this?
You can. You're never
No.
going to get anywhere because any
I
time you
know.
go e5, I go knight f5. But he went h2 check. He's trying for something that I've just looked at basically. And so yeah, it's
Okay, so you take.
yeah. So you take. He's going to
King takes
take,
f2.
and now he's just going to keep the bishop on the long diagonal. I do believe we're going to get this exact position like this, and something like this we might get, but nothing to do. He promoted to a bishop. That's cute. He promoted to a bishop. King takes h1. King takes f2. Maybe we just have exactly the same position. Maybe he'll go e4 here.
Yeah,
Maybe he'll
because
go e4.
you don't have g2 check, g3 check,
Right.
so you have time to play
But
e4.
then David will play knight f7 and he'll go e5 anyway to avoid,
Yeah,
because actually you can lose if the knight lands on e5.
right.
So you have to give up the pawn with e5, and on knight takes e5 now you can just pass
And pass and pass.
and pass and pass and pass, and there's nothing for black to do.
Okay, he played
And
bishop e6, g3. We
ah yeah, now he'll just come back. Oh, bishop h3 also perfectly. This is even more clever actually because you restrict the knight now, and you're threatening to run with the pawn. So after king takes e3, you can just go king g2, king f4, and bishop e6. Now this is a much cleaner way by Vincent. Much cleaner. Nicely done. Yeah, and we're not going to get too much time spent now, I don't think. Maybe David will play knight f7 actually. And I think there's a good chance that this happens, actually.
okay, maybe we can have a look at tomorrow's pairing.
Yeah, let's have a look at tomorrow's pairing. Great idea. So tomorrow in the challengers, it's Finnick Gledura, Peshak Stalmach, Motilov Bartel. That should be a good game. Lamy, Port Vinicius, and Vikuk Akash. Actually, they all look like good games to me. And in the main event, we have got Navara Hari Krishna, Shankland Kamer, Martirosian Win, Robson Wang Hao, and Gelfand Dayak. So tough, tough position, tough games. Every round is tough in the Masters. I always feel like the odds of there being a lot of draws are very high because they're so close in strength. For example, tomorrow, Shankland Kamer, I would say, has got a very high chance for a draw. I would say Robson Wang Hao, very high chance. Navara Hari Krishna tends to be a draw. So I can only see one or two maximum decisive results in the Masters tomorrow, to be honest.
I think it's not that bad to have one or two decisive games, because the player are also strong that it's very difficult. As Hari Krishna said, it's very difficult to win a game. So
Absolutely.
it's just like, even if the result is draw, it's just like the
Yes,
fight is so intense on the board,
it is.
and like so many things are happening,
It is.
and it stays very, very interesting for us, actually.
Indeed. Yes.
And we have the spectacle in the challengers, actually.
Uh,
We have many, many interesting games and many decisive games. This is
yes.
very nice.
Yes, it is indeed. Knight F5 played by Navarra. I think Vincent now is ready just to do this, and I think the game will end like this. This is what Navarra will do. Because once the pawn gets to e4, you're not actually threatening anything, and Navarra will. Ah, he decides to go knight h4, trying another way.
Okay, e5.
E5, knight g6. Now, can you go e6 here, or is it a blunder?
I think.
Is e6 a blunder? It is.
Ooh.
So one last trick by David Navarra. He always finds these tricks. So e4, knight h4, e5, knight g6. You cannot play e6 now. You cannot play e6. You have to go bishop g2, and on knight takes e5. Keep the bishop on the long diagonal. Oh, sorry, that loses. Sorry, that loses because you actually lose this. See, I would lose this position to David Navarra. So Vincent actually has to be careful here. Wow, actually, what if? Okay, bishop g2, good.
Yeah, but you just play bishop g2 and bishop h3, no?
Yes.
And you can even play bishop f1.
Yeah, sorry, you can
because
do
it's
that.
a stalemate. So you
You
just
can
play
do
bishop g2, bishop f1, bishop h3, and that's all.
Yes, bishop f1 is nice. He played bishop f1. That's very nice. Very, very nice.
And the point is, even if you play knight f4, I always have a square for my bishop. Because you cannot take my bishop, because it is
Right.
stalemate.
Correct. Okay.
So it should end very, very soon.
I think so. I mean, David will try. He's come this far, so something he's going to try, but he will realize that this is just winning, just over. Winning and over, basically.
We had another very nice day today.
Mm-hmm. For sure. We had a lot of interesting games, some decisive results. What more could you want? Okay, so
I'd like to have the same tomorrow.
would be nice.
Yes.
Would be lovely. Uh, okay, David has not moved yet. He's trying to find something here to make Vincent have to think. But
Yeah,
I think
as we
that's
said, just bishop f1, bishop g2, bishop h3. Whatever you put your bishop, it will be.
mm-hmm.
It's a draw.
Correct. Difficult to comment more on this position because, well, it is just a draw. So
Maybe just we can remind our viewers that they can
absolutely,
vote. We can
yeah,
let you.
you can just vote here. Best
Is that
game prize does exist. Knight g6 has happened.
okay? I think he will go for knight
Bishop
knight f4.
g2. Knight h4. I think he'll play bishop h3, and I think finally we'll get g2 check basically. I don't believe he's going to try more here. It's been a long day. He needs to conserve his energy. And
You're right. Tomorrow he has a very important games against Ari
no,
Krishna.
he does go knight f3.
Bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Yeah, big game tomorrow against Hare Krishna with the white pieces.
Mm.
And let's see what happens. Okay, knight h2. Is that trying for a trick somewhere? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No. I think
Yeah,
he can
the
go
other,
to
yeah,
bishop h3 or bishop f1.
yeah.
Can go
Bishop
whatever you
h3,
want.
knight g4,
Just come back.
bishop f1, knight e3, and you can even do this.
Yes.
Also good enough. Ah, he decided to take the knight. Okay, that is officially it. And we have stalemate draw. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Exciting day today. We are going to be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, 3 o'clock for round 5. Monday is a rest day, but we'll remind you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And hopefully tomorrow we get such a good day of chess again. So thanks again. Thanks, Natasha. And see you on the next one tomorrow.
Thanks, Lawrence. Goodbye, everybody.